Začneme. Dobré ráno. Good morning, everyone. We will start our conference. Dovolte se mi nejdřív představit. Já jsem Pavel Branda, jsem místostarosta nedaleké obce Rádlo, tady v Libereckém kraji, a také člen Evropského výboru regionu, kde pracuji také v Korlípu, který měl včera své zasedání, a v pracovní skupině pro Ukrajinu. Na Svazu měst a obcí jsem předsedou Komise pro zahraniční spolupráci, a tak mě dovolte zde vás přivítat jménem všech organizátorů této konference Odolná, samospráva, veřejná správa v zemích Východního partnerství. Jimiž jsou Svaz měst a obcí České republiky, Výbor regionu a Korlíp, dále Ministerstvo zahraničních věcí České republiky a v neposlední řadě také jménem hostitele Libereckého kraje, a máme tady pana hejtmana Martina Půtu, který se účastní právě prvního panelu, a tak bude mít možnost ještě v rámci svého vystoupení vás krátce přivítat za hostitelský region. Téměř před 2 lety vznikla myšlenka uspořádat výjezdní zasedání Korlípu právě tady v Libereckém kraji. A na Svazu měst a obcí jsme si říkali, že by bylo dobrý ten záměr rozšířit a spojit ho právě s touto konferencí a ještě se studijními cestami, které budou zaměřeny právě na konkrétní témata, která identifikují naši partneři, naše partnerské asociace v zemích asociovaného tria. Takže tenkrát jsme vlastně... Funguje tlumočení? Asi jo, doufejme, že ano. Včera jsme si říkali, jak vlastně to téma odolnosti vzniklo ještě v době, kdy nebyly ty události dramatické na Ukrajině, ale jak vlastně nadčasové to téma bylo, a že vlastně z těch 4 panelů, které jsme už tenkrát plánovali, jsme změnili jenom jeden, který se bude týkat rekonstrukce Ukrajiny, ale zbylá témata jako krizové řízení, energetická soběstačnost, decentralizace, že vlastně zůstávají, anebo ještě jsou možná více aktuální teď, než kdy předtím. Dovolte mi tedy přejít rovnou k prvnímu panelu na téma krizové řízení. Myslíme si, že velmi důležitou součástí odolnosti obcí je jejich schopnost zvládat právě krizové situace, které jsou nyní stále častější. Mohou to být přírodní katastrofy, jako povodně, o kterých jsme mluvili při studijní cestě včera v Hrádku nad Nisou. Mohou to být požáry nebo zemětřesení, nebo stále častější třeba i období sucha. V poslední době se četnost těch extrémních povětrnostních podmínek zvýšila. Obce jsou v první linii při zvládání pandemických situací, migračních vln. Je to právě například ta současná způsobená válkou na Ukrajině, nebo problému se zabezpečením dodávek vody, elektřiny nebo plynu. Proto je kvalitní krizové řízení a připravenost na tyto situace poměrně zásadní. Tento panel se zaměří na prezentaci konkrétní praxe fungování krizového řízení v České republice, jak z pohledu regionálních, tak místních samospráv. A tím, že se čím dál častěji setkáme s krizovými situacemi, které překračují hranice, tak se zaměříme i na téma přeshraniční spolupráce a i se dotkneme koordinační role ze strany Evropské unie. A také se dozvíme, jak funguje krizové řízení obcí, měst a regionů na Ukrajině během ruské agrese. Takže mi dovolte krátce představit členy prvního panelu, kteří se budou věnovat těmto otázkám. Takže Martin Půta, člen Evropského výboru regionu, 10 let hejtmanem Libereckého kraje a předtím dalších 10 let starostou příhraničního města Hrádek nad Nisou, které jste měli možnost navštívit včera během studijní cesty. Má tedy zkušenosti jak z té regionální, tak z té místní úrovně. Dále po jeho levici paní Radka Vladyková, výkonná ředitelka Svazu měst a obcí České republiky, která předtím byla starostkou města Jesenice u Prahy, a ta nám zprostředkuje právě tu roli místních samospráv v tom krizovém řízení. Pak je tady s námi také pan Roman Francel, operační důstojník z koordinačního centra pro nouzovou odezvu v rámci DG Jeho, který bude prezentovat to, co v této oblasti nabízí Evropská unie. A také tady máme s námi paní starostku Ludmilu Birujekovou, starostku ukrajinské obce Velika Pisarivka, která leží přímo na hranicích s Ruskem, zemí, která v únoru tohoto roku napadla Ukrajinu a vede tam bohužel nejen regulérní válku, ale provádí teroristické útoky na civilní obyvatelstvo. která nám přiblíží roli ukrajinských samospráv v této obtížné situaci. Takže děkuji paní Veršovi, přijala naše zaprošení i šovi tu podělit svým osobistým dosvědom. Tak, začneme v České republice. Pane hejtmane, kraje hrají systému krizového řízení v České republice velmi důležitou roli. Mohl byste vysvětlit tu roli a možná uvést konkrétní příklady?
Krásné dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Ani po 10 letech neumí pustit mikrofon. Všechny vás ještě jednou zdravím a vítám vás u nás v Liberci. Věřím, že naplánovaný program a včerejší studijní cesty pro vás byly inspirativní a zajímavé. A jsem samozřejmě rád, že jste byli i v Hrádku nad Nisou, ze kterého jsem, žiji tam a je to pro mě vždycky velký zdroj zkušeností a inspirace i pro moji práci na regionální úrovni. V České republice je krizové řízení hodně postaveno na úloze regionů. Asi ten úvodní princip je takový, že krizové řízení se dlouhodobě připravuje spíš na přírodní katastrofy typu povodně, větrné smrště. Nicméně v posledních 3 letech se ukázalo, že ten systém, tak jak je vybudovaný, je schopen zvládnout i krize úplně jiného charakteru. Dovolím si tvrdit, že bez dobře fungujícího regionálního systému a také spolupráce regionů s obcemi by naše země jen těžko zvládla covidovou krizi. Kraje byly těmi institucemi, které vytvořily očkovací centra, robustní systém pro očkování velké části veřejnosti a myslím, že to procento lidí, kteří nakonec to očkování podstoupili přes všechny mýty, které se kolem toho šířily, bylo tak vysoké právě díky tomu, že se očkovalo prakticky všude a že ten systém nastavený ve spolupráci s obcemi prostě fungoval. No, když jsme letos na začátku roku už měli trochu radost z toho, že covidová krize končí, já jsem po více než 2 letech slíbil lidem z našeho krizového řízení a taky starostům, že se nebudeme každý týden v pondělí ráno scházet na onlineu, abychom si předávali aktuální informace. Tak se stalo 24. února to, co se stalo, to, že to k tomu směřovalo delší dobu předtím, už teď všichni vidíme a my jsme se začali věnovat vlastně s tou úplně stejnou strukturou pomoci ukrajinským uprchlíkům. Naším krajem jich přes asistenční centrum, které někteří z vás včera viděli, prošlo více než 20 000. I teď ubytováváme více než 5 000 lidí, kteří tady čekají na konec té krize a myslím, že nejenom náš kraj, ale obecně Česká republika tady tu uprchlickou vlnu zvládla a asi stojí za to říct, že je to určitě trochu splátka jistého dluhu, který já osobně cítím směrem k té minulé uprchlické krizi v roce 2014, kdy naopak téměř žádní uprchlíci přes Českou republiku nejenom neprocházeli, ani tady vlastně žádní nebyli ubytovaní, tak tady myslím, že jsme a společně se sousedními zeměmi, především s Polskem, významně pomohli tu uprchlickou krizi zvládnout a myslím, že to je správně, že to byl určitě správný postoj, správný krok. A jenom věřím, že až skončí válka na Ukrajině, věřím, že to bude brzo, takže nás nepotká žádná jiná krize. Nicméně myslím, že to, co se ukázalo, je, že ten systém krizového řízení, tak jak je u nás nastavený, jak je řízený přes kraje, takže je schopen zvládnout téměř cokoliv a věřte mi, že bych si přál, aby žádné cokoliv už nenastalo. My máme samozřejmě krizový zákon, který nám ve stavu nebezpečí umožňuje mít významně větší pravomoce, nicméně už od konce května fakticky funguje krizové řízení bez této legislativy. Vlastně se trochu přenastavilo na nové úkoly a nové problémy a teď zrovna se diskutuje úprava zákona Lex Ukrajina, která popisuje všechny věci, které se koordinují směrem k uprchlíkům a který by měl fungovat od 1. ledna příštího roku a není vlastně žádné překvapení, že tady stát významně spoléhá na to, že kraje tu situaci budou zvládat dál i v těch dalších měsících. tak myslím, že to, co možná po té dlouhé době krize trochu občas chybí našim lidem, kteří v krizovém řízení pracují, je trochu víc dobré nálady a volného času, protože toho opravdu v těch posledních 3 letech příliš mnoho neměli.
Děkuji za odpověď. A jako také bývalý starosta se vás zeptám z vašeho pohledu, jak moc je právě důležitá ta spolupráce té místní a regionální úrovně, spolupráce obcí a krajů.
Tak já už jsem to tady říkal, máme vlastně každé pondělí ráno v 8 online se všemi starosty obcí s rozšířenou působností. To jsou ty, které organizují pro stát státní správu, takže pravidelné předávání informací mezi regiony a obcemi je, řekl bych, základ fungujícího systému. A protože jsme kraj, který leží přímo na hranicích s polskými a německými sousedy, tak tady funguje i předávání informace přes hranice. Když jsem tady mluvil o povodních, tak kraj potkala poslední velká povodeň v roce 2010 a ukázalo se, že právě ta dobře nastavená komunikace pomohla tu situaci zvládnout významně lépe než bez ní. Tady za zmínku konkrétní věci v první polské obci tady za hranicí v Bogatyni, ve které rozlitá řeka Měďanka místní vyhnala lidi na střechu, tak překvapivě z těch střech ty lidi sundávali vrtulníky německého Bundeswehru, protože byl nejblíž a piloti byli jediní, kteří si troufli za nízké oblačnosti do toho prostoru letět a zachraňovat životy. Byly to desítky lidí, kteří takhle mohli být zachráněni. A tady se ukázalo, že ta spolupráce dost často na začátku funguje především na dobré slovo. Prostě to fungovalo na telefony a na odvahu konkrétních lidí, kteří o tom rozhodovali. A asi není žádné překvapení, že jak už to při podobných situacích bývá, tak pak po dvou, po třech letech se třeba zase řešily problémy, kdo rozhodl o nasazení vojenské techniky. Třeba v Hrádku nad Nisou, protože se tam podařilo utopit nějaká vojenská auta, vznikla tam nějaká škoda, a pak to samozřejmě prověřovali všechny orgány, které mají prověřovat podobné věci. Hledalo se, kdo byl ten konkrétní člověk, který rozhodl o tom, že tam ty vojáky s těmi auty pošle ještě předtím, než o tom rozhodl krizový štáb na úrovni celé republiky, ale naštěstí se to nějak podařilo vysvětlit. Bez té pomoci by to nefungovalo. Pomoc samozřejmě fungovala tak, že starosta zvedl telefon, zavolal veliteli nejbližší vojenské posádky a ten se rozhodl, že v této situaci nebude čekat na rozkazy zhora. Myslím, že to ukazuje právě na to, že ta schopnost na té nejnižší úrovni řešit ty problémy rychle se nedá nahradit žádným budovaným robustním systémem. Ten samozřejmě potom musí fungovat v dlouhodobé pomoci, v dlouhodobé spolupráci, třeba při odstraňování následků živelných katastrof, ale v té první chvíli je prostě potřeba, aby i přes hranice na sebe lidé měli telefony, aspoň základně si důvěřovali a věděli, že ty informace, které dostávají, jsou relevantní a nebáli se jim věřit a na základě nich nějak rozhodovat. Myslím, že část vás byla včera v Hrádku nad Nisou u hasičů, tak to je asi další věc, o které se chci krátce zmínit. Tam to prostě funguje tak, že když hoří na jedné nebo na druhé straně hranice, tak hasiči vyjíždějí společně a pravidelně společně. V letošním roce dokonce byli hrádečtí hasiči první u lesního požáru v Žitavských horách, protože prostě ten kouř viděli dřív než kolegové ze Saské Žitavy. A myslím, že právě takhle nastavená dlouhodobě fungující, více než 30 roků fungující spolupráce pomáhá právě řešit rychle okamžité situace, protože v tom normálním systému by to těmi systémy velení prošlo na nějaké společné předávací místo, tam by to další 2 hodiny vyhodnocovali, jestli ten zásah je nebo není potřeba, a pak by se to zase vracelo směrem dolů a ten požár by byl nejspíš už buď uhašen, anebo by naopak byl tak veliký, že by to muselo řešit významně víc lidí. Takže je to hodně o spolupráci, o komunikaci, která myslím, že tady v regionu naštěstí funguje dobře.
Děkuji za jasné, skvělé příklady. Zůstanu na té místní úrovni, zeptám se Radky Vladykové, jak by měl a funguje vlastně ten efektivní systém krizového řízení na té obecní úrovni. A zase i kdybyste mohla říct třeba přesně, jakou roli mají ty obce a města v České republice.
Dobrý den, všechny srdečně zdravím. Jednak jako bývalá starostka, jednak i jako výkonná ředitelka Svazu měst a obcí, který právě má momentálně výsostnou roli, mimo jiné i tím, že je povinným připomínkovým místem v oblasti legislativního procesu a tvorby legislativy. Mé zkušenosti ze starostování jsou takové, že u nás pramení jedna poměrně malá říčka, která se zdá být zcela nenápadná, ale dokáže udělat opravdu velké problémy v Praze. Město Jesenice, kde jsem starostovala, leží přímo u Prahy a stal se tam případ, kdy tato malinká říčka, v podstatě možná spíše potok, Botyč, který přes nás protéká, tak v důsledku chybné koordinace se málem protrhla jedna z významných pražských přehrad, Hostivařská přehrada. Bylo to dáno chybou jednoho čidla právě u nás v Osnici, které se zaneslo a špatně hlásilo vodu. Samozřejmě pak to všechno šlo na té lidské bázi, že teda pozor, hladina stoupá a systém předávání zkušeností. Dodatečně, naštěstí se přehrada neprotrhla, dodatečně se udělaly stavební úpravy při nastavení systému hlášení právě zvedání hladiny Botyče už právě u svého pramene, protože ta příhoda se stala třeba 2 kilometry od pramene toho potoka, což by nikoho nemuselo ani napadnout, že to bude mít tak obrovské důsledky. A z toho právě vyplývá i moje stávající úloha v rámci mé nové práce, a to je nastavování systému, nastavování právního systému k tomu, aby opravdu starostové měli, a protože oni fakticky, jak říkal pan hejtman Půta, fakticky sehrávají tu klíčovou roli koordinace zodpovědného starosty, který dokáže naprosto kompetentně s chladnou hlavou rozhodnout v okamžiku, kdy ještě ústřední orgány nevědí, že se vůbec něco děje. Musí mít perfektní koordinaci se svým hejtmanem o tom, že většinou ten problém není pouze lokální v jedné obci, ale většinou zasáhne širší region. A právě po zkušenostech i s covidem a s krizovým řízením se přenastavovala legislativa krizového řízení ke zvýšení kompetencí i zákonných kompetencí pro rozhodování v rámci krizového řízení, aby se posílila role starosty jakožto hlavního zodpovědného za krizové řízení na obci, stejně tak, jako se posílila role krajů, protože co nejvčasnější zásah je tím nejefektivnějším. Druhá, ale neméně důležitá role, tak jak jsem zmínila, ten potok Botyč, je nastavování dalších preventivních opatření. A právě i toto nastavování preventivních opatření je klíčové pro rezilienci, kterou se Svaz měst a obcí dlouhodobě zabývá. A tak, jak říkal Pavel Branda, když jsme před 2 lety představovali téma rezilience, tak mnozí vnímali rezilienci jenom ve vztahu k životnímu prostředí. Ale události Green Deal, uhlíkově neutrální ekonomika, Evropa a všechno. A měli jsme to jako hlavní mantru až do té doby, než přišly úplně jiná ohrožení, nejdříve ta zdravotní, pak ta, kterou máte vy teď čerstvou, stále probíhající, velmi silnou a pro mě hroznou zkušenost. Chci tím říct, že Svaz měst a obcí připravuje momentálně i takovou metodiku, protože v rámci krizového řízení je nejdůležitější opravdu ta chladná hlava a ve vhodný okamžik, co nejrychleji, mít uspořádané myšlenky, vědět, jak zasáhnout a jak ty zásahy pak mají dále pokračovat. A proto připravujeme i sumář zkušeností, které jsou v krátké době za námi, abychom připravili systém řízení krizového, ať přijde jakákoliv další hrozba, tak aby ti muži a ženy v první linii územních samospráv měli jasnou strukturu toho, v jakým způsobem reagovat, jak informovat občany a měli neutrálně nastavený systém pro jakoukoliv příležitost, aby nevznikala panika a vznikalo rozhodování s chladnou hlavou. A samozřejmě každá zkušenost, která se stane jak v České republice, tak v okolních státech, je klíčová pro to, abychom ji zpracovali a nastavili preventivní opatření. Protože my víme, a na tom se tady shodneme, nemusíme se přesvědčovat všichni vzájemně, že silná a odolná územní samospráva města a obce jsou klíčové pro silný a odolný stát, a to z hlediska atributů zodpovědností, kompetencí, řízení, finanční soběstačnosti dané obce, daného regionu, aby, když se cokoliv stane, ta obec nebo ten region byli schopni samostatně přežít nezbytně dlouhou dobu, kdy se může stát, že nebudou se moc spolehnout na státní úroveň nebo i na evropskou úroveň. A budování silných samostatných samospráv je právě klíčové téma pro rezilientní obce, stát i Evropu.
Děkuji za odpověď i v této emočně vypjaté situaci. Já jsem žil na Ukrajině 2 roky a mám tam spoustu známých a vím, jak je to někdy těžké udržet ty emoce na úzdě, když člověk vidí, co se na Ukrajině děje. Přesto si dovolím ještě jednu možná doplňující otázku. My jsme hovořili už i včera s kolegy, že máme takové specifikum u nás v České republice, a to je velký počet vlastně malých obcí, které ale jsou samostatné, mají své volené zástupce, mají svého starostu, mají svůj vlastní rozpočet. Je to, myslíte, podle vás výhoda nebo nevýhoda právě třeba v oblasti krizového řízení? Takováhle struktura.
Je pravdou, že máme jednu z největších územních rozdrobeností. Medián velikosti obce je 440 obyvatel. Z 6250 měst a obcí máme 4800 obcí, které jsou do 1000 obyvatel. A je nám to mnohdy vyčítáno, že z hlediska financování samospráv je tento systém velmi finančně náročný pro stát. Na druhou stranu se opakovaně, a je to citováno i ve zprávách o právě zvládnutí například covidových problémů, i ve zprávách OECD, jako velmi efektivní systém. Když to mám říct s lehkou nadsázkou, téměř každý občan má svého starostu. A nebo se velmi dobře znají. A jak jsem říkala, protože ten starosta má své území jako svoje, vychází z těch lidí, zná je, potkává se s nimi. Je to jeho, v tom dobrém smyslu slova řečeno, je to jeho město, jsou to jeho občané, jsou to ti, o které on se opravdu stará. A z toho opravdu jako jednoznačně vyplývá, že ty hodnoty, které se nedají finančně státním rozpočtem vyčíslit, a to je ta péče o občany a ta efektivnost toho zásahu v dobách, kdy to občané potřebují, ale i pro rozvoj obce v dobách, kdy se máme všichni úplně úžasně. Je ta vlastní práce o vlastní území, ale vnímejte to prosím nadneseně, my nejsme vlastníci toho území, ale emočně vlastníci toho území. Je právě klíčová pro tu dobrou správu.
Děkuji. Já jako nestarý moderátor a starosta malé obce do 1000 obyvatel jsem rád za tuto odpověď. Přijdeme už teďka k panu Romanu Franclovi. Vy působíte, pane France, jako operační důstojník v Koordinačním centru pro nouzovou odezvu, která funguje v rámci Evropské komise, v rámci DG Echo. Mohl byste krátce popsat, jakou roli v oblasti krizového řízení právě hraje Evropská unie a jak konkrétně třeba funguje právě to vaše Koordinační centrum pro nouzovou odezvu a jak třeba takové vyžádání pomoci probíhá?
Dobré ráno i ode mě. Krizové řízení z evropské úrovně, z úrovně Evropské unie, můžeme chápat opět jako multiúrovňové, v podstatě jako nadstavbu nad systémy krizového řízení na národních úrovních. Takže takový základ z pohledu té evropské úrovně je odezva ze strany členského státu, pokud se týká krizových situací, s tím, že pokud tyto zdroje na národních úrovních nestačí, Pak je možné aktivovat řadu nástrojů z evropské úrovně. Jedním z nich je například mechanismus civilní ochrany, o kterém se ještě zmíním a který tady vlastně zastupuji. A pak jsou v podstatě vyšší úrovně koordinace, zejména je to koordinace na politické úrovni, EU Integrated Political Crisis Response, který vlastně aktivuje členská země, která v daném období vykonává předsednictví v Radě Evropské unie. Pak máme ještě další úroveň, kterou je v podstatě aktivace článku 222 smlouvy o fungování Evropské unie, což je nazýváno jako klauzule solidarity, která je aktivovaná v případě žádosti členské země při teroristickém ohrožení dané členské země nebo v případě pomoci členskému státu Evropské unie při přírodních nebo antropogenních katastrofách. Ta klauzule solidarity je v podstatě čistě záležitost uvnitř Evropské unie, zatímco například ta koordinace na politické úrovni je záležitost u krizí, které se týkají jak v rámci Evropské unie, tak vně Evropské unie a umožňuje a podporuje v podstatě rychlý a koordinovaný rozhodovací proces na politické úrovni Evropské unie při rozsáhlých a komplexních krizích, včetně aktů terorismu, přírodních, antropogenních katastrof. V současné době pro ilustraci je tato úroveň evropské odezvy na krize aktivovaná ve 3 případech. Je to případ uprchlické krize a migrace do Evropské unie. Aktivace probíhá již od roku 2015. Dalším případem je vlastně pandemie COVID-19 od roku 2020 a nyní od letošního února aktivace po ruské agresi na Ukrajině. Jinak vlastně, co se týče těch jednotlivých částí tohoto procesu, tak hlavní výhodou je automatické sdílení informací s jednotlivými zúčastněnými zeměmi, členskými zeměmi Evropské unie a některými přidruženými zeměmi a pravidelné meetingy na expertní a na politické úrovni. Ve všech těch případech, které jsem zmínil, je stálým kontaktním bodem Evropské unie právě koordinační středisko pro koordinaci odezvy na katastrofy, Emergency Response Coordination Center. A když se vrátím vlastně na tu nižší úroveň, to znamená ta, která je využívaná v podstatě každodenně, nejčastěji to je vlastně aktivace toho takzvaného mechanismu civilní ochrany, kterého se účastní jak všech 27 členských států Evropské unie, tak dalších 7 účastnických zemí, kterými konkrétně jsou Island, Norsko, Srbsko, Severní Makedonie, Bosna a Hercegovina, Černá Hora a Turecko. Všechny ty státy vlastně čerpají některé výhody z toho členství v mechanismu civilní ochrany. Aktivace probíhá prostřednictvím koordinačního střediska pro odezvu na mimořádné události IRCC. Aktivovat mechanismus civilní ochrany a jeho zdroje může jakýkoliv stát na světě, s tím, že ovšem ta koordinovaná pomoc jde z těch 34 zemí, které jsem zmínil. Jedná se o v podstatě posílenou spolupráci nejenom při tom poskytování humanitární pomoci, poskytování pomoci obecně, ale také při prevenci a při přípravě na mimořádné události. Jako přípravu můžu uvést například robustní výcvikový program pro experty z těchto zúčastněných zemí, té 34, s tím, že ten mechanismus civilní ochrany funguje v dnešní době 21 let, byl založen v roce 2001 a od svého počátku vlastně řešil nebo koordinoval poskytování pomoci při více než 600 žádostech o pomoc. Aktuálně vlastně my jsme dneska v tom stavu, že před rokem 2020, než došlo k pandemii covidu, Evropské koordinační středisko řešilo okolo 20 událostí ročně. V roce 2021 jsme měli 114 žádostí o pomoc. Dneska jsme na nějakých, v letošním roce jsme na nějakých 100 aktivacích, 100 žádostech o pomoc. Ovšem počítám například aktivaci pro pomoc Ukrajině jako jednu, i když k dnešnímu dni máme 116 žádostí o pomoc a aktualizovaných žádostí z ukrajinské strany.
Třeba nějaký příklad v České republice, co třeba tady bylo
Určitě.
Naposledy využito?
Určitě. Vlastně co se týče České republiky, tak primárně Česká republika, stejně jako vlastně všechny země Evropské unie, členské země Evropské unie, je brána jako poskytovatel pomoci. Vlastně, protože tady jsou, protože v rámci Evropské unie ty systémy krizového řízení fungují na národních úrovních velice dobře, tak ty země jsou připravené zvládat krize na svých územích a nedochází tak často k aktivaci v rámci Evropské unie. Takže jako dárce Česká republika poskytla od roku 2016 pomoc do zahraničí ve 23 případech. Hovořím o materiální nebo záchranářské pomoci. V letošním roce Ukrajině, Moldavsku, v roce 2021 do Sierra Leone, Lotyšsku, Řecku, Albánii, Litvě, Tunisku, Indii, opět Moldavsku. A takhle bych mohl pokračovat dozadu. A co se týče žádostí o pomoc v rámci České republiky, tak například, když zmíním letošní rok, tak v roce 2022 kromě již zmíněné uprchlické vlny uprchlíků z Ukrajiny, kdy Česká republika žádala o prostředky pro náhradní ubytování a jednotlivé členské země nebo země zapojené do mechanismu civilní ochrany poskytly přikrývky, například o přikrývky, lůžka, některé další prostředky. Tak jedna taková větší akce bylo v létě tohoto roku žádost v souvislosti s požárem v Národním parku České Švýcarsko, kde Česká republika obdržela prostředky pro letecké hašení požáru. A kdybych měl jít ještě dozadu, tak v rámci covidové krize to byly například plicní ventilátory pro nemocnice, nebo repatriace nebo také řešíme repatriaci občanů České republiky a Evropské unie, kdy v roce 2020 proběhlo 8 letů v rámci řešení repatriace občanů z důvodu pandemie covidu, kteří zůstali vlastně bez možnosti cestovat zpátky do Evropy v řadě zemí světa.
Děkuji za zajímavé příklady. Vidíme, že vlastně ta evropská nadstavba je důležitá, že někdy ty výzvy jsou nad schopnosti jednotlivých států. A my tady v Libereckém kraji máme i zkušenost s využitím fondu Solidarity, to znamená z prostředků, které jsou z Evropské unie právě na obnovu, třeba po těch přírodních katastrofách, právě po těch povodních jsme je dvakrát využili. Takže i tohle tady funguje. Poslední jenom otázečku, než přejdeme dál. Vy jste zmínil těch 34 zemí, ale mezi nimi byly vlastně žádný země z toho východního partnerství. Uvažuje se do budoucna o jejich zapojení, nebo jaké kroky k tomu musí nastat, aby i tyhle země, jako třeba Moldavsko, Ukrajina, Gruzie, mohly se tady toho mechanismu účastnit?
Tak v podstatě základem je vůbec být v kontaktu s DG Eco ohledně této záležitosti. DG Eco není jenom samotné koordinační středisko, to už je jenom taková praktická realizace, ale vlastně v rámci DG Eco funguje celé oddělení, které má vlastně na starosti spolupráci se zeměmi Východního partnerství. Jaké přesně diskuse probíhají ohledně zapojení, o tom nejsem obeznámen, ale určitě právě v rámci tohoto procesu určitě lze a je zájem ze strany Evropské komise zintenzivňovat spolupráci v rámci krizového řízení, v rámci mechanismu civilní ochrany. Takže jaké přesně musí splnit podmínky, to bych asi nedokázal teď odpovědět, ale v rámci těch kontaktů s DG Eco se zeměmi Východního partnerství je určitě možnost další zintenzivněné spolupráce, případně diskuze o zapojení do mechanismu civilní ochrany.
Děkuji moc. My ještě na konci toho panelu budeme mít i možnost pokládat otázky a vést diskuzi tady přímo v plénu, tak uvidíme, jestli se na to ještě někdo bude ptát třeba přímo z těchto zemí. Nyní přejdeme na Ukrajinu k paní starostce Ludmile Burjokové. Paní Merva Šesilo, veliká pisárivka, знаходиться прямо на кордоні з Росією, країною, яка вторглася в Україну в лютому цього року. Ми часто чуємо, що здатність України захищатися від величезної російської військової переваги залежить не лише від підготовки та тактики українських збройних сил і постачання зброї з Заходу, але й від ефективного функціонування українських муніципалітетів, міст та регіонів, які завдяки минулій і поточній децентралізації в Україні відіграють важливу роль під час війни. Розкажіть, будь ласка, про роль українських муніципалітетів у цій складній ситуації.
Добрый день. Мира всем. Действительно, Великая Писаревка имеет границу практически 50 километров с Россией. И в то страшное утро 24 февраля мы первые узнали, что такое агрессия соседа. Был разбит пункт пропуска Великая Писаревка, и тысячи единиц техники России зашли на территорию наших населенных пунктов. Мы не понимали, что делать, не было алгоритма действий, не было инструкций, но была масса телефонных звонков от испуганных жителей. Поэтому пришлось быстро собираться с мыслями и действовать, в принципе, на интуиции. Мы понимали, что могут быть обстрелы критической инфраструктуры. Если это будет, то будут пожары, будут раненые. Поэтому под личную ответственность пришлось слить дизель, бензин из заправочных станций, сделать стратегический запас топлива для пожарного автомобиля, для автомобиля скорой помощи, для автомобилей полиции. Ну и мы сделали стратегический запас лекарств, которые останавливают кровь, перевязочный материал в достаточном количестве мы оставили для себя. И уже через 2 дня мы организовали гуманитарный штаб, в который наше население имело возможность принести продукты питания и теплую одежду для соседнего города Ахтырки. Там уже шли активные обстрелы, и население очень нуждалось в этом. 28 февраля мы стали первым муниципалитетом, который контролировался вооруженными силами Украины. К нам зашла наша славная 93-я бригада. Материальное обеспечение бригады отстало от нее, и мы взяли на себя полностью обязательство кормить солдат, заправлять их технику. Мы также помним условия погодные, которые были этой весной. То мороз, то дождь. Солдаты практически не имели возможности покинуть рубежи, поэтому мы по несколько раз в день привозили им кушать, сухую одежду, сухую обувь, заряжали мобильные телефоны, заряжали рации, чтобы как-то облегчить жизнь и пребывание солдат наших на позициях. Ну, и сегодня каждый наш день — это какой-то форс-мажор. Наша община находится под постоянными обстрелами, поэтому нам каждый день приходится ремонтировать крыши, разбирать завалы, стеклить окна. И еще у нас такая появилась функция, которую мы не были к ней готовы, не ожидали. Это строительство оборонных сооружений. Техника, которая была в наших предприятиях, она была уничтожена, или сейчас она занимается строительством первой линии обороны. Поэтому сегодня мы нуждаемся в помощи других государств, благотворительных организаций в виде техники, которая поможет нам качественно построить минимум 2 линии обороны. Это остановит или чуть-чуть задержит новое продвижение техники врага в Украину, в Европу. И тогда каждый из нас будет иметь моральное право сказать, что я помог победе в этой войне.
Děkuji za це. I můžete rozkazat, jak pracuje systém komunikace związku država, region, municipalitet, místo, jak se зараз pracuje v Ukrajině?
Ну, прежде всего, я благодарна президенту, что в те страшные февраль-март он не ограничил наши действия. Мы каждый могли действовать так, как требовала того ситуация в отдельном муниципалитете, в отдельном регионе. Сегодня помощь государства — это продукты питания, это строительные материалы для населения, для частного сектора. Ну и сегодня я понимаю, что мощь, целостность каждой страны — это патриотически настроенные муниципалитеты, маленькие и большие.
Děkuji. Tak, tím jsme udělali takovéto první, ne kolečko, ale linii úvodních otázek a teďka bychom otevřeli diskuzi. A zeptám se, jak panelistů, jestli mají třeba otázky k sobě navzájem, tak také lidí z pléna, jestli by někdo chtěl se zeptat kohokoliv z panelistů. Prosím, teďka je ten prostor.
Já mám možná ne otázku, ale 2 poznámky. Jednak tady chci podtrhnout to, co říkala Radka Vladyková o počtu obcí v České republice. Ta debata o tom, že jich máme příliš mnoho a že se na tom dá něco ušetřit, je v české politice nekonečná. Zrovna teď v v souvislosti s návrhy Národní ekonomické rady probíhá to, že by se měly zrušit všechny obce pod 1000 obyvatel a můj názor na to je, že by to byla veliká chyba. Že ten systém české samosprávy, který možná může být pro ekonomy velkých bank z Prahy příliš veliký a nesrozumitelný, je naopak velkou výhodou toho, jak to u nás funguje, protože každá malá vesnice má svého správce, kterého si navíc lidi mohou sami zvolit, což je velká výhoda. A když často vedeme na evropské úrovni debatu o deficitu demokracie, tak myslím, že to nám v tomhletom směru nehrozí, protože i občan 200hlavé obce má svého starostu, který to častokrát dělá po nějaké své druhé práci, tak trochu na vedlejšák, ale je to ten jejich zástupce, se kterým mohou řešit konkrétní problémy a on je umí taky řešit na úrovni kraje nebo na úrovni se státem při dalších jednáních. Takže tady chci říct, že jsem toho názoru, že na rušení obcí se nic na konci neušetří. Naopak lidé budou mít pocit, že toho svého zastánce, kterého si sami mohou vybrat, prostě nemají. A druhá poznámka, já jsem pečlivě poslouchal to, co říkala paní starostka a myslím, že to je vlastně trochu potvrzení toho, co já jsem tady říkal o těch povodních, že v té první kritické fázi je vlastně nejjednodušší, co může stát udělat, dát samosprávě volné ruce a taky jí říct, že když možná udělá nějakou chybu, protože v krizové situaci se můžete rozhodnout jenom jednou a je logické, že občas můžete udělat nějakou chybu, takže potom nikdo za 2 nebo za 3 roky nebude pečlivě zkoumat každé to rozhodnutí, protože prostě bylo v krizi, dělalo se pod nějakým časovým tlakem, s nějakými omezenými možnostmi při rozhodování, s omezenými informacemi při tom rozhodování. Ale myslím, že já jsem opravdu rád slyšel, že to vlastně na Ukrajině proběhlo úplně stejně, protože státní instituce řešily úplně jiné věci na jiné úrovni a právě ta rozsáhlá samospráva, jaký máme my v Čechách, je vlastně pro ten stát významným ulehčením té situace při každé krizi. A to prosím vůbec nechci srovnávat povodně v našem kraji s tím, co se teď děje na Ukrajině.
Prosím další dotazy nebo komentáře. Ano, máme mikrofon, prosím. Jak to bude? Jo, tamhle.
Добрый день. Моя фамилия Константин Кожакар. Я представляю ассоциацию мэров городов и сел Республики Молдова. Во-первых, хотел бы поблагодарить всех панелистов. Интересная информация. То, что сказал господин Мартин, последнюю реплику, и Радка Владыкова в своем выступлении вызвало очень огромный интерес для нас, для Молдовы, потому что у нас очень много говорят об разных административных реформах, убеждают в центре всегда, что мы должны сделать вот эту реформу. Поэтому, наверное, это очень хороший опыт для всех нас, стран Восточного партнерства, так как такие волны административных разных реформ в этих странах действительно было в течение последних 30 лет независимости этих стран. Это и в Армении, и на Украине, и в Молдове, да и, по-моему, во всех остальных. Поэтому мой вопрос приблизительно и к госпоже Владыковой, и к господину Мартину в контексте, насколько вы независимы в том решать, какой администрации, насколько она бы маленькой не была, быть ей или не быть, и насколько государство мешается вот в этих решениях, насколько вы свободны быть максимально децентрализованной и решить. Мы хотим, чтобы наша администрация была, не имеет значения, имеет она 300 человек, 1000 или 20 тысяч. Спасибо.
Děkuji za slovo a za otázku. Když to vemu úplně od historie demokracie, tak historicky je popsáno, že systém přímé demokracie už ve starém Řecku mohl fungovat do 6 000 obyvatel. Do 6 000 subjektů je ještě možné mít přímou demokracii. Co z toho znamená? Znamená to, že my jsme v systému zastupitelské demokracie, Česká republika má 10 milionů obyvatel, už není možné mít, ale instituty přímé demokracie u nás máme referendum, máme zákon o petiční právo a tak dále. Nicméně 6 000 se zdá veliké, ale když to vezmete, tak já si s nadnesením říkám, že přes jednoho nebo přes 2 lidi se známe všichni se všemi. Tím pádem máme tam i takovou tu lidskou kontrolu. Takže ta velikost těch obcí malých je v podstatě, že do těch obcí do 3 000 obyvatel opravdu je ten starosta strašně, nebo starostka strašně viditelný. Pořád ho potkáváte a mnozí včera i večer, když jsme se bavili, tak říkali pana hejtmana Putu, tady v Liberci všichni znají. Liberec je teda větší město, ale kdekoliv se řeklo jeho jméno, každý věděl, o koho jde. A to je přece to nejdůležitější a to je ta nejdůležitější kontrola občana, to rozhodování, kdy se s tím politikem může potkávat na té bázi těch základních potřeb, které potřebuje. A to je právě úloha měst a obcí poskytovat ten domov v tom širším pojetí, to zázemí, tu veřejnou službu pro ty své občany a aby ten občan měl toho politika takzvaně na dohled, aby ho znal, aby věděl, kdo to je a nebyl to pro něj anonymní člověk. A do té míry, jakou máme samostatnost. Jak jsme se bavili, klíčová v oblasti samostatnosti a rezilience je finanční samostatnost. My máme naše rozpočty, které jsou tvořeny částečně z rozpočtového určení daní, což je část daní, které vybere stát, přerozděluje se dílem pro kraje, dílem pro města a obce. My za města, obce i kraje neustále bojujeme za to, aby nám tato finanční samostatnost byla co nejvíce zachována, protože jinak přechází dotační tituly jak z Evropské unie, tak případně z národní strany, z národních zdrojů finančních. Ale to už není to, o čem můžeme rozhodovat my. Vnímáme, že dotace z Evropské unie jsou politické směřování Evropské unie, kde ona vidí své priority, tam nás finančně podpoří. Kde stát vidí své priority, tam nás finančně podpoří. Ale priority Evropské unie, priority státu nemusí být priority daného území. Takže pro nás v těchto situacích je klíčové, aby starosta a hejtman měl kompetence k tomu rozhodnout, k tomu přiměřené odpovědnosti, ale aby ty odpovědnosti nebyly vyšší než kompetence, aby to bylo vybalancováno a k tomu, aby měl dostatek finančních prostředků, s kterými zajistí službu a rozvoj ve svém území pro své občany. Tolik asi za mě zatím.
Já se to pokusím doplnit. V České republice je ten souboj mezi zastánci samosprávy a zastánci centralizace vlastně nekonečný, trvá celých těch 30 let od změny režimu a myslím, že bude trvat dál, protože i v České republice jsou zastánci korporátního řízení, kteří vám řeknou, že úplně nejlepší by bylo, kdyby ministerstva řídila všechno na úrovni celého státu, protože tomu nejvíc rozumí. Naštěstí ten proud zatím v těch 30 letech nebyl silnější, ale stále existuje a přichází s novými a novými nápady, jak vlastně samosprávy omezit. Myslím, že Radka Vladyková to pojmenovala přesně. Důležitá je finanční nezávislost samosprávy. My nepotřebujeme samosprávy jako dotační agentury, které budou žádat o dotace z evropských nebo národních zdrojů. My potřebujeme samosprávu jako prostor pro to, aby si obyvatelé řekli, co na svém území opravdu potřebují. A právě proto samospráva musí být nezávislá na státu. Já dost často, když se dostávám do nějakého sporu se státními úředníky, není to úplně často, ale tak třeba jednou za týden se to může stát, tak se jim snažím říct, že oni zastupují stát významně méně než já, protože já jsem prošel volbou a výběrem občanů. Oni jsou produkty výběrového řízení v rámci české byrokracie, která navazuje na tradice Rakousko-Uherska. Opravdu ta naše byrokracie je odolná, intenzivní a i kdybyste jí nedávali žádné úkoly, tak bude několik let fungovat sama pro sebe a vlastně žádné vnější prostředí k něčemu vůbec nepokračuje, protože si úkoly vytvoří sama. Takže chci tady kolegům z Moldávie popřát, aby při té reformě měli dost sil na to uhájit samosprávu jako nejlepší princip správy území, protože já jsem přesvědčený o tom, že žádný úředník na ministerstvu třeba školství v Praze nemůže vědět, jak mají vypadat školy na Frýdlantsku, což je tady nejvíc odstrčený kousek Libereckého kraje, v které obci mají být a jak mají být velké. A právě byrokracie vždycky směřuje jako systém k nastavení nějakého automatického modelu, který chce, aby se všude opakoval, ale takhle svět a naštěstí ani Česká republika nefunguje. Takže finanční nezávislost je první podmínkou pro samostatnost rozhodování a já dokonce dlouhodobě podporuji i názor, že na národní úrovni by ideálně neměly být vůbec žádné dotace, že by ty peníze měly být v rozpočtech samosprávy a je na rozhodnutí samosprávy, kterou investici chce udělat jako první, kterou jako druhou, na kterou si půjčí, na kterou nějakou dobu počká, protože všechny ty systémy na konci znamenají, že peněz je vždycky méně než očekávání a počet žadatelů. Tady mezi námi sedí Radim Sršeň, který je teď náměstkem ministra pro místní rozvoj. Mají teď za sebou další výzvu na evropské peníze na podporu rozvoje škol, která skončila kolapsem, protože to nezvládl ten výpočetní systém, ten počet těch žádostí. A bohužel jediným kritériem pro rozhodování je to, jak rychle kdo klikne na počítači žádost a v které vteřině tu žádost zaregistruje. A to myslím, že pro rozdělování jakýchkoliv peněz úplně ten nejhorší způsob, jak peníze do území rozdělit. Tak to je jenom taková poznámka, že ty dotace bývají někdy možná úplně nejhorší cestou k nějakému cíli.
Děkuji moc a možná jenom z pohledu malé obce ještě doplním právě ten vztah té byrokracii, že těch dalším způsobem, který ty obce potřebují, je mít volnost a čas taky na ty věci a ne být zatěžovány neustále novými a novými byrokratickými požadavky, což hlavně pro ty starosty menších obcí se stává skoro už jako neúnosný v poslední době. Pan náměstek Sršeň se hlásil o slovo, asi bude chtít reagovat.
Dobrý den všem. Já ohledně výzvy k tomu se asi nechci vyjadřovat, protože my jsme zdědili nějaký systém, který tady byl nastaven jako nová vláda a já s tím souhlasím, že je špatně, že rozhoduje časové hledisko a rozhodně v rámci národních titulů nastavím kritéria tak, aby byly objektivní. Ale já jsem spíš se chtěl vyjádřit těm dotacím a teďka spíš jako Radim Sršeň, starosta obce, protože já si myslím, že je chyba říct, že když se všechno dá do daňových příjmů obcí, že to vyřeší jejich rozvoj. Ano, jsou věci, které jsou běžné, které si obce nemají hradit z dotací a hradí, to souhlasím, ale pak jsou věci mimořádné, kanalizace nebo třeba systém přeshraniční spolupráce hasičů, který funguje s Polskem, nefunguje s Německem, proto umřelo spousta lidí ve Vejprtech, třeba v ústavu, kteří nemuseli umřít. Jo, takže jsou dotace, které potom řeší mimořádné věci, třeba vysokorychlostní internet, to by nikdy nezaplatila samozřejmě žádná malá obec někde vzdálená. Takže jsou základní věci, které jsou prostě, na které dotace prostě musí být a ta malá obec, která má 100-200 obyvatel, tak to nikdy v tom rozpočtu, když se to rozdělí, ty peníze prostě mít nebude. Takže opravdu jsou dvě nohy. To, že my jsme si zvykli na příliš na dotace, je fakt a často řešíme věci, které bychom nemuseli řešit z dotací, tak řešíme, protože jsou, ale neříkejme, že dotace nejsou potřeba, protože opravdu, pokud řešíme kohezní politiku a zbližování regionů zaostalých, tak nic jiného než dotace prostě k tomu nelze využít, aby to bylo efektivní a proto taky dotace existují. Ale to, že se zneužívají, to je fakt a nadužívají, s tím souhlasím.
Děkujeme za příspěvek. Někdo další se hlásí nebo bych chtěl reagovat?
Jenom v rychlosti, aby nedošlo tady k pomílení. Samozřejmě určité, tak jak jsme říkali, ty klíčové věci, kde je třeba to jako politika Evropské unie, digitalizace území, zelená Evropa, nějaká cirkulární ekonomika a tak dále. To jsou politiky Evropské unie i z důvodu kohezní politiky, aby opravdu ekonomická síla byla napříč všemi regiony po celé Evropské unii shodná, aby se vyrovnala kvalita infrastruktury. Samozřejmě třeba i rozvoj kanalizace má svůj sekundární efekt na kvalitu čištění vod a kvalitu vod v oceánech a rybolovy a tak dále. Takže ono to má vždycky daleko delší konsekvence, než jenom obyčejné poskytnutí peněz na kanalizaci. Což nikdo nespochybňuje, ale jak jsme říkali s panem hejtmanem, to jsou priority Evropské unie, na které dává peníze ze svého úhlu pohledu. Pak je stát, který má svůj úhel pohledu na rozvoj republiky a rozvoj území, programové prohlášení vlády, která se rozhodne, kam napne finanční prostředky ze státního rozpočtu, a to také nikdo nespochybňuje. Ale ta třetí a čtvrtý stupeň, kraje jsou ty, kde reprezentuje pan hejtman, kteří mají takový vyšší pohled na všechny své města a obce a oni znají své území velmi detailně a vědí, kde je optimální postavit školu, nemocnici, k tomu provázanou dopravní infrastrukturu a tak dále. To už nikdo ze státní politiky ani z evropské politiky takto detailně do území nedohlédne a pak je ta úroveň těch obcí a spolupráce obcí. My k tomu ještě, jak máme tu územní rozdrobenost, tak my máme ještě možnost sdružování obcí. Nepolitické sdružování, ale profesní sdružování, třeba za účelem výstavby takzvané svazkové školy. Pro nás je jasné, že nemůže v každé vesnici 400 obyvatel být jedna základní škola, ale proto se města a obce sdružují a postaví jednu velkou kvalitní základní školu, kam právě pak chodí žáci z celého okolí. A právě na tyto věci, které to území zná detailně a jsou jeho priority, protože v některé obci chtějí fotbalové hřiště, v jiné chtějí zimní stadion a v jiné třeba preferují, nevím, co ping-pong třeba. Takže každý má jinou oblast svého zájmu a to právě, já jsem to řekla trošku zjednodušeně. A to je to, kde ta územní samospráva už musí mít samostatnost, ale řekla jsem to opravdu i trošku nadneseně, aby to nebylo tak úplně vážné téma. Takže jsou to ty úrovně, kde ta obec má mít svoji klíčovou roli a na to samozřejmě potřebuje mít své finanční prostředky nezávislé na státu. Ale co je ještě druhá věc, a to jsem chtěla říct, že v rámci toho systému demokracie a finanční samostatnosti, jak jsou vyvážené odpovědnosti s kompetencema, tak my v České republice máme takzvaný systém finančního řízení obcí, máme zákon o finanční kontrole, kdy každá koruna, která je vydána z veřejných rozpočtů, musí projít poměrně přísnou vnitřní kontrolou, než je vydána. Máme 3 podpisy na každé faktuře, kterou hejtman nebo starosta v konečném důsledku pustí k proplacení. Máme na to pak přísné kontroly přezkumu hospodaření, kdy každý starosta má povinnost minimálně jednou ročně si objednat audit hospodaření své obce anebo přezkum hospodaření své obce, který může udělat pro něj kraj, a to sice, že finanční prostředky byly vydány efektivně, účelně a hospodárně a byly dodrženy všechny zákonem stanovené podmínky k tomu, aby ty finanční prostředky byly vydány. O schvalování návrhu rozpočtu rozhoduje zastupitelstvo municipality, stejně tak, jako schvaluje závěrečný účet, kde pak z toho vyplývá i trestně právní odpovědnost zastupitelů s tím spojená, například porušení rozpočtové kázně, neoprávněné vynaložení veřejných prostředků a tak dále. Takže v našem právním systému ten starosta je, když to mám říct zase lehce nadneseně, neustále na pomezí trestně právní roviny při každém schvalování své vydané 1 koruny z veřejných zdrojů.
Děkuji. Máme někdo další otázky k krizovému řízení, případně k funkci samospráv? Ano.
Se zeptám, když není žádný dotaz, hlavně asi Martina, který tady žije na hranici 3 států. Jak funguje krizové řízení a spolupráce v rámci přeshraniční spolupráce a kde jsou případný potenciál, protože myslím, že zde potenciál je obrovský.
Já jsem tady na začátku mluvil, že to podle mého názoru hodně funguje přímo v těch obcích, které mají souseda hned za hranicí. Samozřejmě je moc důležité, když po vás ten soused zrovna nestřílí, tak to se nám tady už podařilo vyřešit, že všechny ty temné historické období, které tady byly, tak se dokázaly překonat. Ale třeba konkrétní věci, které nefungují. Česká republika má smlouvu o spolupráci zdravotnických záchranných služeb, to znamená se Saskem a se Spolkovou republikou Německo. Takže když vás naloží sanitka někde u hranice, tak se rozhoduje ne podle toho, jestli vás naložila v Česku, na českém území nebo na německém území, ale podle toho, kde je nejbližší nemocnice, které samozřejmě odpovídá to zranění toho člověka, kterému zachraňují zdraví nebo život. Ale třeba to vůbec nefunguje s Polskem. Tahle dohoda s Polskem zatím uzavřena nebyla. Spolupráce záchranných služeb zatím nefunguje. To je, řekl bych, jedno takové bílé místo, které se snad podaří společně vyřešit. A je to paradoxně především problém peněz, protože tak, jak je zdravotnictví financováno přes zdravotní pojištění, jak v České republice, tak v Polsku, tak fakticky politický vliv na tu dohodu a ta vůle k té dohodě existuje, ale neexistuje tady dohoda mezi těmi, kdo tu zdravotní péči potom financují, takže se vám opravdu může stát, že pojedete sanitkou do nemocnice, která je o 100 kilometrů dál než na té druhé straně hranice, protože tady ta možnost té přeshraniční spolupráce nastavena není. To myslím, že je asi jako z mého úhlu pohledu největší problém v krizovém řízení, který zatím máme. Jinak, co se týká spolupráce policie, tak i díky Schengenu to funguje dobře a o spolupráci hasičů jsme tady taky už mluvili. Tady myslím, že ty kontakty jsou navázány. V přeshraničních fondech, v Interregu jsou docela velké finanční zdroje na posílení té spolupráce, v minulosti dokonce i na vybavení technikou, takže tady naši hasiči v pohraničí jezdí významně lepší technikou než třeba hasiči v českém vnitrozemí, protože si ty peníze využili velice dobře. A přestože třeba zrovna ty investice do hasičské techniky bývaly kritizovány, no tak ono to vybavení těch jednotek na obou stranách hranice bývá pak doprovázeno právě tou konkrétní spoluprací, předáváním zkušeností, vytvářením slovníčků, tak aby si hasiči rozuměli, protože třeba přesto, že polština a čeština k sobě mají relativně blízko, tak některá slova znamenají opravdu něco jiného, tak je jako vždycky fajn, když ty zasahující jednotky rozumí jedna druhé a nemusí se spoléhat na tu komunikaci někde přes nějaké centrální předávací pracoviště.
Tak, děkuji moc. Zeptám se, jsou ještě nějaké dotazy, případně doplnění i třeba ze strany ukrajinských kolegů? Pak, když ne, zeptám se, jestli ještě by byla nějaká...
Já bych se zeptala paní starostky. Co uděláte jako první, až ty hrůzy z vaší země odejdou pro vaše město? Co byste si tak jako nejvíc přála?
Никогда не думала над этим. Наверное, записала бы обращение к вооруженным силам с благодарностью, что они смогли выиграть эту войну. Также я бы поблагодарила фонды, страны, соседей, которые поддерживали в эти минуты, в эти страшные дни.
děkujeme za tato slova a doufáme, že už brzy přijde čas, kdy se to bude moci uskutečnit. Děkuji účastníkům prvního panelu. Nyní máme přestávku do 10:45 na kávu a potom bude následovat druhý důležitý panel k rekonstrukci Ukrajiny. Děkuji všem za účast.
Take your seats. Before we start our panel, I will have a technical remark regarding the interpretation. We will hold this panel in English because we have panelists who don't speak Czech, neither Ukrainian, but we do have interpretation to Czech, which is channel 1, English, which is channel 2, Russian, which is channel 3, and we have interpretation from Ukrainian to English on channel 4. Again, Czech 1, English 2, Russian 3, and Ukrainian to English is channel number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Petr Gandelovic. I'm the Director of Department of Development, Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid and of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I have the honor chairing this panel on reconstruction of Ukraine from the point of view of cities. I myself was a mayor. It's actually been 20 years that I became a mayor of a city of Ústí nad Labem. It's just the same size as the city of Liberec in the North Bohemian region. So I am very much honored that I can cooperate again with the Association of Municipalities of the Czech Republic and organizers of this conference. I will first convey to you apologies of Vitaly Klitschko, mayor of Kiev, who was supposed to join us virtually. Obviously, he's not able to leave the city because of what is happening, but unfortunately, the developments in the city with the Russian attacks have even prevented him from joining us even virtually. But we have Jana Litvinova, who is mayor of the city of Starobilsk in the Luhansk region. So we will hear from her about what's happening in her region and in her city. We also have Antonella Valmorbida, who's Secretary General of organization ALDA, which is a network of local democracies that was founded in the framework of Council of Europe. And Antonella is an expert on local participation and empowerment of local initiatives. So she will be basically sharing with us her view how local initiatives should be involved in reconstruction efforts. We have Anatoly Fedoruk, mayor of Bucha. Anatoly is now unfortunately worldwide known because of what happened in his city in the first months of the war against Ukraine. But Anatoly has actually been the mayor since 1998, so he's got long experience as being a mayor. And he will tell us not only of his tragic experience of what Russians did to his city and his citizens, but obviously about his vision about the reconstruction of his beautiful city. Yaroslav, and by the way, Anatoly is a history teacher, so it fits very well that someone as a history teacher becomes a mayor and becomes basically part of history. Let's say part of sad history. Jaroslav Kurfürst is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, responsible for European affairs. He's an accomplished diplomat, former ambassador to Belgium, and also he's himself an academic. He's he's written books on geopolitics, and his, I would say, most fitting book is actually called Russian Geopolitics, or the story of Russian geopolitics. So maybe perhaps he knew very well, even before these things were or started to happening, what Russia is about, and why Russia has these imperialist tendencies. But of course, in his current capacity, Jaroslav will be talking about the effort of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the international level, how to help Ukraine in all sorts of areas, and of course, particularly with the future reconstruction. Also, I wish to say that we may even see Jaroslav as basically a father of this conference, because he's a former envoy for Eastern Partnership at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in his capacity he cooperated with the Association of Towns and Cities in the Czech Republic, and put the emphasis on resilience of the city. So this conference actually was prepared under the framework of Czech presidency in the European Union, and Jaroslav was part of the preparation while he was the envoy for the Eastern Partnership. And last but not least, we have Georg Ziegler, who's deputy head of the support group for Ukraine at DG NIR. DG NIR, as you of course know, is one of the directorate of the European Commission, and as the name suggests, they actually deal with neighborhood and obviously Ukraine and its candidacy status. We may say that Georg is actually some sort of recidivist in terms of bringing people to the European Union, because he was even involved with the Commission at the time when 10 new members entered the European Union in 2004, including obviously the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and other East European countries. So Georg is one of the most people who has the capacity to talking about the process of bringing a country into the European Union. So I believe that he will be talking about this and about how the process of bringing such a country like Ukraine into the EU needs to be connected with the process of reconstruction. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel. As a moderator, I have not prescribed any sort of question to our panelists, because I think that each of you have different angle, different point of view, but the goal is obviously the same: the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we may talk about different time periods of this reconstruction, because obviously we may be talking about the most urgent steps that need to be done right to prevent people from suffering, rebuild the basic infrastructure that has been damaged by the Russian attacks. But also, in the long term, we obviously are thinking of the future reconstruction under the principle "build back better," and each of you have different points of view, and I would like you to ask you to share with us these points of view. So, Jana, why don't I start with you, please? The floor is yours.
Переклад українською чи російською? На якій мові? Українською, так? Вітаю всіх, шановні колеги, вітаю всіх присутніх. На правах члена правління Асоціації міст Україна дозвольте передати вам привітання від Віталія Володимировича Кличка, а також вибачення, як вже казалося раніше, за неможливість його прийняття участі. Це безпосередньо пов'язано з війною, це безпосередньо пов'язано з ударами по об'єктах критичної та енергетичної інфраструктури, які зараз в цей час відбуваються на нашій рідній землі. Але я на цьому зупинюсь трохи пізніше. Мені б хотілося розділити свою промову на 3 частини. Це до, це зараз і це після. Що стосується до, Україна стала на шлях демократичного розвитку і під час лобіювання, а також прийняття участі в децентралізації, впровадження децентралізації наші громади отримали дуже велику кількість повноважень. В 2020 році в нас розпочався другий етап децентралізації і передача владних повноважень на місцях. Це зі своєї сторони вирівняло ту ситуацію у регіонах, а також містах, які знаходились на Україні. Бо з 2015 року відбувається децентралізація, і перші громади отримали дуже вагому і значну підтримку від міжнародних партнерів, а також від уряду України. В 2020 році ця ситуація була вирівнена, і ми всі абсолютно знаходились в рівних умовах. Не помітити розвиток наших територій не міг взагалі жоден. Ми здійснювали дійсно круті, класні проекти, які реалізовували на наших територіях, і які безпосередньо стосувалися сталого розвитку та економічного розвитку територій, бо відбулася трансформація всієї системи управління, які до цього мали міста. Моїх колег. Але наше життя докорінно змінилося.
Radically changed on the 24th of February. Everybody woke up with the news the war started, and we started to solve essential problems.
У нас відбулася це, бо перші російські війська я побачила вже.
Could not even imagine that we will receive these problems. We started to be occupied. On the 26th of February, I saw Russian soldiers. I spent 1 month in the occupation. I could see what the Russian world meant. They said they want to liberate us. For me, it was not understandable what from they wanted to liberate us. Almost $10 million were collected in my municipality. This situation changed after 1 month of occupation, after our population was forced, was abdicated. I had to leave my territory. I'm still the chair of my territory, but remotely. And now I am chairing the military administration. I am convinced that we will occupy our territory. 9 towns and villages have been liberated already in my region, and our armed forces demonstrate courage from day to day. And currently it is about the way how we can survive. We are experiencing currently temporary difficulties, but still we are planning our future development. I would like to dive deeper into this issue. We have numerous problems in the energetic infrastructure because of the destroyment of critical infrastructure, because the normal functioning of all systems like medical, educational, supply systems, sustainable development systems, everything is suffering. This summer, we had a conference in Lugano. Ukraine, together with the European Union, proposed some programs to survive and to make certain steps on our path of further development. As for the local level, I'm from the Luhansk region. Mostly, it is an agricultural region. It is our key position, production, processing of agricultural products. It was our basis of our life. The situation has got worse, of course, not only in my region and in my country, but globally, because the corn and the grains are being stolen by the aggressor. After our victory, our territory has to be freed, infrastructure has to be rebuilt, like transportation and so on, and we need new markets. I'm convinced we will win. The Ukrainians are demonstrating courage every day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
I think that we may now want to hear from Anatoly, as obviously Bucha is far from Starobilsk, but it was also under occupation and under siege of the Russians, and we all know the results. And we, together with Yaroslav, visited your town and saw, obviously we saw the monastery where that civilians were buried, which was a shocking experience. So, but now we should probably be a little more optimistic. As Jana said, we all believe that Ukraine will win, and that it will be time for rebuild your city and reconstruct Ukraine. So, Mayor, floor is yours. You have to switch it on.
Радий вітати всіх, дякую за запрошення відвідати цей форум. Я теж зроблю невеличкий відступ від тематики нашої.
A step aside from our main topic.
Ось про що.
I would like to say the following. The Ukraine and the Ukrainians have made their choice on the basis of the values which have united the peoples of the European community. This choice, it was this choice which is being punished cynically by our northern neighbor. The Ukrainian people, together with their partners, is fighting for the right to live in a free and democratic country. I believe in that, and I'm appealing to you, dear colleagues, and I'd like to say the following. Don't think that the war is far away in Ukraine, far from your homes, far away from your countries. The war is taking place in the Eastern Europe. Ukraine is bearing the biggest burden, and depending on the consolidation with you, our our victims and our losses could be higher or less. Everybody has to know it. As for the topic, build back better, the level of destroyment is different in different towns and villages. I will speak also about Bucha later, but everywhere in Ukraine, people are suffering. The whole territory of Ukraine is a threat. Every town and every village is a potential aim for the enemy, and daily shelling provide evidence, and all our towns and villages in the west, in the east, in the central part are demonstrating that we all have to fight this challenge in the fight with the enemy. As for my town, Bucha, from the very first day of the full-scale aggression, we experienced Russian incursion. The airfield Antonovka is not far from us. The enemy was trying to use this place on the way to Kiev, but thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine and mobilization of our people, we could stop and after that liberate our region. I'm very grateful for that to the armed forces of Ukraine. However, 1 month of occupation, we experienced it, and we could feel what Russia is bringing. As a historian, I know during different times, different events happened in Europe, but as the time goes by, the memory diminishes. The enemy is cynical. He is destroying our towns, he is killing our people, and he is destroying what we were so proud of. And it is a barbaric approach, and as for pertaining to Ukrainians, it is a genocidal approach. During 1 month of occupation in Bucha, whereas clearance was taking place, people from a list were picked up who were deputies, parliamentarians, or successful business people. These were conscious acts to kill that part of population who were able to produce something. During that month of occupation, more than 3,000 objects of residence and administration were destroyed in a different scale. Some were punctually shot, school buildings, kindergarten, hospital buildings were destroyed, set on fire. Also, great building, logistical buildings, everything was looted. Numerous vehicles were loaded by Russian occupied and loaded on big vehicles and moved towards Belarusian border. Unfortunately, 419 citizens were killed at the hand of the Russians. As my colleague said, so to say, to liberate Ukrainian towns and villages. When we speak about Build Back Better, I would divide this process into different parts. Lugano was mentioned already. Shortly, I was in Amsterdam. It was also about rebuilding of Ukraine after our victory. Of course, it is important, and everybody understands after our victory, Ukraine has to become stronger in order that never again an aggressor has a chance to cross the border of our country and the eastern border of the European Union. We have to understand after the Russian boots crossed that border, numerous objects have been destroyed, and we will have to rebuild to provide for as far as possible comfortable living conditions in order that our population does not have to leave the towns and to migrate into European because of security issues. Local self-government, after successful reforms of decentralization, is fulfilling this mission, plus additional functions because of the wartime are providing additional possibilities to start rebuilding even now. During a short time, almost all social buildings have been reconstructed. Currently, my town is looking
але разом з тим є і нові виклики, пов'язані із енергетичною кризою.
Looking like an anthill. Still we are facing challenges because of the destroyment of energetic infrastructure. Approximately 40% of energetic infrastructure have been destroyed. Unfortunately, these are the challenges currently. There are other objects which were not destroyed so much, and after a short time of collaboration with our Western partners, with the municipalities of Western Europe, those objects could be rebuilt. We have assessed within criminal proceedings by Justice Department of Ukraine and of other countries. We have assessed the losses. They amount to almost $2 billion. Bucha includes 14 villages and communities which are united within one administrative unit. Dear colleagues, it's urgently important that we enjoy your solidarity and your support and the programs. I'm convinced to rebuild Ukraine. We are ready to fulfill those programs together with you. Your experience, your participation will be useful for us. We could see it in different forums where we could discuss those issues, and the projects will be elaborated in a high quality level, and we will use the resources which will have the Association of Ukrainian Cities together with our international partners is underlining that it is communities which have to be the centerpiece of this rebuilding. We do not need any additional structures. And last but not least, I'd like to say the following. We believe in our common victory. I am underlining our common victory. And I believe in the nearest future, Ukrainian towns will be able to collaborate with you as a member of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly, for your words, and thank you so much, both of you mayors, for taking your time and coming to the Czech Republic to our conference. Obviously, it is very important that you appear in person in front of audiences in Europe, because the conversation about the future reconstruction of Ukraine cannot be held without you. We cannot talk about reconstruction of Ukraine without you, who are basically involved, and you will be the drivers of the reconstruction. And also, I can imagine that it is not easy for you to travel to Europe, but it is also so much important that you actually keep this alive, this issue, and talk to people and basically rally the public awareness about what happened in your cities and towns and what is needed from us to do. Speaking of us, obviously we are all members of the EU, and we hope that Ukraine will also soon be member of the EU. So I think that now it is a right time to ask Georg to tell us how the EU, how the European Commission is actually preparing the project of the reconstruction of Ukraine. So Georg, if I may ask you for your intervention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I can be with you, even so, of course, would be better to be physically with you. Now, indeed, many things have already been said that are very important. I will refer to this. I mean, right in the beginning, it was said that the candidate status is important also for reconstruction, and I think this is something that should not be underestimated. I think that at the end of this reconstruction process, Ukraine would be, in a way, a very modern EU member state. So in the ideal case, the reconstruction process, which is of course taking at least a decade, and I think the pre-accession process or the preparation for membership is also something that normally lasts also at least a decade. So in the best possible case, both processes end more or less at the same time, and Ukraine will come out as a stronger country, as a more modern country, and as a country very much ready to join the EU. I think this is the vision, and we need to very much have this vision in mind. And that means also that, of course, there is a link between investment in the reconstruction and reforms. This was also very much underlined in Lugano. Some of you mentioned the Lugano conference. This is one of the Lugano principles, the reform focus. And of course, from our point of view, it means reforms preparing for future EU membership. So I think this is, the big orientation and the big direction which we see in the reconstruction process. Of course, we have seen huge amount of money necessary. In Lugano, Prime Minister Smihal mentioned 700 billion in the recent report by the World Bank. the rapid disaster and damage and needs assessment, the figure was 350 billion, but it was clearly said it reflects 1st of June as a cutoff date. And now we are already in 1st of November or beyond 1st of November. We see the damage is increasing by the day. You all mentioned this. So we are, of course, already far beyond the 350 billion, which the World Bank has identified as the needs for reconstruction. Of course, with a certain premium, and that was clearly said in the report, for this build back better. So the build back better, of course, is more expensive than just the build back. But that's what we want, and that's what we just said. We want to combine it with the preparation for membership. So in that sense, it's worth the investment. And I think Chancellor Scholz already at the conference in Berlin said, and there was a conference for business community the day before, he said, basically, investing in Ukraine means investing in a future member state. And this gives a completely different perspective also for private investors. We will need very soon also private investment. Currently, it's still difficult. There are, of course, high risks, but one could see in Berlin already at this conference one day before the reconstruction conference that there are already investors taking the risk, going into the more secure areas, because of course you have the frontline areas, you have the more secure areas in Ukraine. Nobody is secure for Iranian drones or for missiles, but still the fighting is ongoing in certain areas in Ukraine, and other areas are more secure, where already now also some private investors are active, and more will be needed. So we need to share the burden in a way of reconstruction in regional offices supporting this reform, and we are in touch with many mayors through our delegation, and it's a process. It's a very important reform supported not just by EU funding, but also some member states have aligned with this and are giving additional funding. And in that way, we have been supporting through some repurposed funding from day one on some of the municipalities, because we know they are indeed the ones, and just somebody mentioned it, we don't need to reinvent new structures. I mean, we have the municipalities, and supporting the municipalities means supporting reconstruction of Ukraine. It means supporting Ukraine in the war. And that's why also with our housing program, which we have just developed this year, we are giving, of course, to a few selected municipalities. There are more than 1,500 of them, but we have limited funding, so we have now selected some municipalities, and we give directly grant money to the municipalities, not through the central government, but to the municipalities for certain housing concepts, for building apartments, building housing for the internally displaced person. For example, in Lviv, but also in smaller communities. This is, as we speak, these contracts are being signed, and that shows how much we think how important the Roma d'Ascent, the cities and regions are. And I think we are very happy to see that the Committee of Region has created a European alliance of cities and regions for the reconstruction of Ukraine. I think this is a very important hub that exists already. There is a little secretariat with it, and this is connecting European cities and region with cities and region in Ukraine. That's a very encouraging signal. And I just heard when the president of Germany, Steinmeier, was in Ukraine just, I think, last week. What did he bring with it? It was not what Scholz went. The chancellor went the first time. He brought the promise to support the candidate status. The second time he promised, and he delivered, and Germany delivered weapons. But the president of Germany, what did he bring? He brought 34 partnerships, twin partnerships between cities in Germany and in Ukraine that have been concluded after 24th of February. He brought 34 new partnerships. Now the number is more than 100. This is just one example from one of the 27 member states, how much this is now also in the awareness of our political leaders, that this support and this networking between cities and regions is so important for Ukraine. So I think that's something which I very much want to underline and support. So we work, of course, with the central government, but we work also with the Romadas. Now, of course, we had to now decide, are we able now to deal already with this big reconstruction? Is this the right moment? Or what are the priorities of the day? And I think, and you have seen this also by the speech of our President von der Leyen in Berlin in the Reconstruction Conference, the biggest need of Ukraine, but of course we have Ukrainians in the panel, correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest needs were identified as giving money to the budget in order for Ukraine not to go down financially, because even if militarily Ukraine has successes, if at the same time Ukraine goes down financially, has to print money, and has hyperinflation, nothing worse could happen for the reconstruction process. That's why the priority number one is the relief money, and President von der Leyen has announced that the Commission is working with member states on providing 18 billion of euros to the Ukrainian budget for the balance of payment to avoid Ukraine going down financially for next year. So it's about 1.5 billion. It was yesterday discussed, the first discussion in the Council of the EU in Brussels on this instrument. The legal text has not yet come into the pipeline, but it will come very, very soon. So to ensure this, that Ukraine doesn't go down. This is, of course, matching with what others are doing, because the deficit is about between 3 and 5 billion every month for next year. So Americans this year have given 8.5 billion in cash to the budget. We have so far, if we count all the payments planned, we have given in terms of macro-financial assistance, it will be 6 billion this year, but next year the idea is to give 18 billion. And this is to cover the relief. The second priority, which is now also very much reinforced through the missiles and through the Iranian drones bombarding much of the critical infrastructure, particularly in the energy sector, as just one of you mentioned, this is the money for repairs and rehabilitation. So this is the second priority. And we think, and we are working on this, we have already given a lot of support to this. We need to do more. We are aware of this, and we put this as a very important priority to continue. We have in the past already given money also to the Ukrenergo, for example, and to others to have money for the repairs of this infrastructure, and this is extremely important now, of course, because we know Russia wants to make Ukraine a place where you cannot live, so that many refugees will go further west, and we have to counteract, and we have to support you. We see there is a missile coming, 1 hour later you already start repairing, and this is the reflex you have, and this is why we admire Ukrainians, but of course you need the financial support to be able to finance these repairs. So this is now a more short-term perspective which the EU has taken. So we want to deal now with the time until 31st of December 2023. So the next 14 months we need to successfully do these two things, relief and repair, rehabilitation, and only then we will be able, we can of course plan, we can start planning, but only then we can really deal with the big reconstruction, because we need to be successful together with you, or you need to be successful, we need to support you to survive these financial issues in terms of budget, but also for the repairs and rehabilitation. So this is the priority right now. This is a little bit a shift of the perspective, but that doesn't mean that we are not preparing for the reconstruction. We will now, apart from this interim instrument, which is supposed to generate this 18 billion, we are also helping to set up a kind of interim platform, coordination platform, in the first phase to coordinate between all the donors, all the partners, the relief and repair money. And then this will be extended later. This will right now be more G7, some like-minded countries, EU, but not yet the whole world, but then at a later stage extended to a global effort for reconstruction. But we had to set priorities. We also cannot generate so much money at one time. It's difficult enough. Our budget, of course, is limited, but this is what is now on our agenda, the planning until 31st of December next year, and securing the money for the relief and for the repair and reconstruction. I think I leave it here. I could go on much longer, but I think it's better we come into an exchange, and I can, of course, later come in again. Thank you so much for the time being.
Thank you, Georg, and I really thank you for actually outlaying all the three layers of the needs. Speaking of the financial assistance, which is necessary because obviously, as you rightly say, the least thing we would now wish for is the financial collapse of Ukraine. Then, of course, the immediate rehabilitation and repairs, but at the same time, we should not stop speaking of the final step, which is the final reconstruction of whole Ukraine, connected with the accession process to the European Union. Thank you. Please stay with us. There may be questions for you. So now we heard from the, I would say, European Union. So why don't we now speak about what a member state, in our case the Czech Republic, is doing for this process, and I will ask Jaroslav to speak on this topic.
Good morning, and let me start with thanking the Union of Towns and Cities and Liberec and Committee of the Regions for putting this together. Indeed, we started to discuss with partners 2 years ago to have the Conference of Municipalities on the issue of resilience, because it was quite obvious that this part of the world, the Eastern Partnership, is under the heavy geopolitical pressure from Russia, and what is needed, this is resilience. Resilience is built from the bottom, because it should be a very practical issue. It should not be just the issue for the conferences of ministers and theoreticians of resilience. It should be practical. So that's why we started to discuss about the resilience as a main topic here with the municipalities. 2 years ago, we thought we will make the countries or municipalities, we will help to build resilience in the countries of the Eastern Partnership. Today we are in a completely different world. We are learning how to be resilient from Ukraine, from Ukrainian cities, towns, how big the role of the decentralization was. But to be very clear, we are not forgetting about other countries of the Eastern Partnership, because Georgia went through the war in 2008, and we have to remember that. There is Moldova under the very heavy pressure of the energy needs, and we have to react on this. So this discussion on resilience, this is of course very important for all the countries. Armenia is here. Of course, in 2020 there was a war, and so many people in the municipality suffered. So we have to think about the broader context. But the current topics will be about the reconstruction of Ukraine, and I have to say at the beginning that I admired the resilience of Bucha concretely, which I visited with Petr in the summer, Irpin, Makarivka, and other cities where the normal life started after this brutal attack of Russia north from Kyiv. It was really something this is a big lesson learned, and we have to take stock of that. In Ukraine, we have today, I guess, 254th day of the brutal war, of the aggression, of the looting, killing, committing crime of aggression, committing crime against humanity, war crimes. There was a discussion about the genocide. The lawyers are now discussing, but there is old ground that this is a legitimate discussion. And the Czech presidency is dedicating part of its energy on Ukraine, on the establishment of the special tribunal for making the criminals accountable for the crime of aggression. But of course, the crimes against humanity and war crimes, they will be punished in the normal procedure. We will do everything in our forces to do that. One thing I would like to start with, this is the character of that war. We should not be mistaken what Russia's goals is. This is not a regional war for the peace of Ukrainian territory. Yes, it is also for the big piece of the Ukrainian territory, ideally from the Russian point of view, for whole Ukraine to switch it into the puppet state, which will be completely loyal and not sovereign and independent, basically the colony of Moscow. But there is a broader goal. This is the goal of destroying the European Union and NATO and the Western community's unity, and spreading this loyalty towards Moscow, the Ruski Mir, which was mentioned here, as far as Russians will be allowed. And then there is a global goal, and this is about the destroying of rule-based international order and replace it with the order of authoritarianism, and Vladimir Putin called it multipolar world. It means there are a couple of poles which are dominating, which are colonial centers, and around all these poles, they are colonies. And this is the multipolar world Vladimir Putin is proposing. We have to do everything to stand up against that colonial war. And here I would like to say one very important thing. All the people who are dealing with the military affairs will tell you that any war had several components. One is material, kinetic. You need tanks and guns and stuff like this. Second is personnel, people. You need people who will be trained, who will be good. Third, which is the most important at that moment for me, this is the morale. This is the motivation to fight. And this is really up to us Europeans to give Ukrainian fighters who are so heroically fighting the certainty that they will not be abandoned, that all this background is behind it, that the European partners, American partners, and many other countries, they are standing strong. Because at that moment when this moral component would be destroyed, and we will be tired or something like this, and Vladimir Putin and Russians are targeting it, then Ukrainians will not be able to win that war. But I strongly believe they will win that war, and in the battlefield, it's very clear that we are moving that direction. Now, from that moment, I will move towards the reconstruction debate. Together with Petr, we visited not only Ukraine, but we were also in Berlin on the reconstruction conference. From that reconstruction conference, I brought back three main elements. There was a whole day of interesting discussions, but let me to highlight three. First, when there is a possibility for Ukraine to come back, for example, there was a grain deal, this country is able to recover immediately and very quickly. We saw it in Bucha when really the functioning was renewed very quickly after Russians withdrew. But we saw it also in the presentation of Minister of Finance of Ukraine in Berlin, who was showing the macroeconomic figures, how quickly Ukrainian export was able to recover, and it was then projecting into financial situation of the state when the grain deal was done. So basically, this country is really very resilient, and it needs help. Second big takeaway for me from that conference was the commitment of Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, and member states, and definitely the Czech presidency is doing a lot in that direction. This is for the immediate support, the microfinancial assistance, and that's something we have to really do very quickly. That's the immediate need. And then the third was that the reconstruction, this long-term reconstruction, needs to be started to be planned now, because the Marshall Plan, which is the most successful reconstruction effort ever, started to be built up and thought through from 1941. So basically 4 years before the end of the Second World War. And all the people who are dealing with urbanistics, with architectural renovation, with the renewal of the infrastructure, the transformation of the energy system, etc. These people should start to be busy now. And they can do it while there is a fight on the front. They can sit in the offices and really plan for the reconstruction, because the day one after the peace is there, or at least some sort of peace, we need to start this hard work on the reconstruction. So this is the reconstruction conference from Berlin, but now we are moving to Paris, which will be coming with the immediate needs, the water supplies, especially electricity, and the winterization Peter was talking about, and other speakers too. And then from Paris, there is a London conference, which will be very important. This reconstruction will have this short term and longer term. I will tell something about the short term. Of course, my point will be the call. This conference is being broadcasted on the stream via internet. So for those of you who are mayors from the Czech municipalities and towns and other countries, those of you who are watching, Ukrainians need the help before the winter now. Generators, heaters, windows, glass, because you need to repair these flats and objects which are not having them because of the blasts. This is something we can do as a government, and for example, we did now when there was 7 members of the Czech government traveling to Kiev. They brought together with them some package for this immediate help, the generators and some other supplies. But everyone who can have some generators, some equipment, and just in the Czech Republic there are several thousands of municipalities, and across Europe there are much more. Let's do it now. Let's not wait until the big chunk of money will be established in the European Commission portfolio or by individual governments, what for example the Czechia does prepare. But let's look in my municipality what we can do now. This is very important. Let's look at these partnerships city by city, which will then pay off after the war in other ways. But now this is the moment when we can be very important. In Berlin, Brno was mentioned as the example because in the partnership with Kharkiv, they supplied the trolleybuses and tramways. Prague was reacting very quickly on the energy needs. There is a Liberec very active with Vinica and the partnerships. So many other Czech cities are involved in that. I think this is the moment for the big call, also via Union of Town and Cities, towards the Czech cities and municipalities to do even more. And of course, to express the gratitude for everything which have been done up to now. And this is something which is big, really. This is impressive. And it can be spread to Europe. We say there is a Czech proverb, but maybe they are the variants, European variants in different languages, that who is giving quickly is giving twice. So let's do it now. On the big design, of course, there is the European Commission's proposal from 18th of May about establishing the platform for the long-term reconstruction. And then under this, there will be the European Union facility for that. And I hope very soon the European Commission, which is preparing now the communication, will come with something more concrete. Definitely the EU member states will be actively supporting that. And as the Czech presidency, we will do our best to be helpful in this direction. Here I would just enumerate what, as a Czech presidency, we are doing. And of course, we are not alone. The EU is just so much, all the EU is making that effort. Weapons, but also training mission, military training mission, which now will be established with headquarters in Poland and Germany. Of course, refugees. We are pushing sanctions, consolidation of the current sanctions, but also for more sanctions, because it's important. Enlargement. Here, let me make one very important point. Ukraine will not become a member of the European Union soon. My own conviction, we will do everything to move this political process as much as we can as a Czech presidency, and Ukraine will have a very strong support of the Czechia along the process to move quickly. But it is in the interest of Ukraine to utilize the enlargement process to transformation of the country, because it has the pushing effect for the transformation. The reforms will be done only during that accession process. After the accession, reforms might stop, and you will not get rid of the oligarchic structures and all the illnesses of Ukrainian police. Of course, I would argue it's uncomfortable to hear, but in the interest of Ukraine as a state, the quick accession is not. In the interest of your country is to be prepared for the accession and do it properly. So let's do it properly, and we will be helping you as much as we can. Then I will only enumerate to not to be long. We have to punish the perpetrators for aggression and all the crimes committed on the territory of Ukraine. We have to concentrate on the microfinancial assistance, reconstruction, big issue. The exports from Ukraine, especially grain. We have to mobilize, and we are mobilizing multilateral, bilateral diplomacy, helping Ukraine, of course, punishing Russia, mobilizing third countries, like countries in Africa, explaining what's happening there. All this is our common effort. I believe that we will win, we will prevail, because on our side there is truth. On the side of Russia there are many lies, violations, crime against the international law. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, Jaroslav. And so now we have almost a complete picture from the layer of the EU, state, municipalities, but that's not it, because we know that in each municipality, in each town, there is local life. There are people, non-governmental organizations. People actually get engaged through their own local activities with their local representatives. And the issue of reconstruction cannot be only Brussels-based or even Kiev-based. It needs to be community-based, but not only community-based. It needs to go lower and to engage local democracies, local NGOs, people who really care. And so now we will hear from Antonella Valmorbida, who is representing ALDA, the network of local democratic agencies. So Antonella, floor is yours.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. It's a big honor for me, of course, and thank you for the Union of Municipalities of the Czech Republic to give me this opportunity to present our experience. I'm also extremely honored to be in the panel together with the mayor of Bucha and with the mayor of Litvinova. I've been 1 year ago working with municipalities, myself and my colleagues on the demarcation zone in Lugansk and Donetsk area. And we worked also with military administrations and trying to, as we said, to build local governance together with local authorities, but also with citizens. When it comes to reconstruction of Ukraine, I would like to raise some elements based on our experience, what we learned as ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy, what we learned also from other wars, so starting from the Balkans at the end of the past millennium, and what we learn in general also in the rest of the Eastern Partnership countries, because as we said today, this war in Ukraine has a broad context which is impacting the rest of the Eastern Partnership countries, including Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Moldova, and also Belarus. So this is part of a global scenario. So from our perspective, the reconstruction will be locally based. This is where the long-standing reconstruction will take place. This is where we saw during the war, but also before, Ukraine made an immense efforts towards decentralization, towards empowerment of local structures, and they did an enormous work in modernization through the decentralization process, through the modernization of the administration, the process of the amalgamation of the gramadas, but also in difficult places to show their European orientation, and they paid a very hard price for that. So reconstruction will be local. And whatever we decide in Kiev or in Brussels or in DC, that will be the place where Ukraine will be rebuilt. And that will be multi-stakeholder. So it's reconstruction, because it's going to be so demanding. Ukraine is a difficult country by definition, very big, very diverse, with a very hard, difficult history in many ways. So it needs to bring on board all the possible strengths and forces. So multi-stakeholder and multi-level. It means that we need, and we are working on that, a dialogue and a common effort from the national level to the regional level to the local level, and as we said, engaging citizens. And we saw like a civil society in Ukraine as being the driver of the story. And this is the driver of the story in 2014. This is the demonstration in Maidan. This is the beginning of this immense citizens-based change for Europe. And we know where this war started. It started with the flags of Europe in Maidan. This is what changed the history. So I think that we need to think it's local, it's multi-stakeholder, and we are calling for this reconstruction of Ukraine being based on a dialogue with citizens, and local authorities are able to do that. This is the place where participative democracy, this is the place where citizens' engagement give the best. So ALDA is working on this, on building and strengthening and empowering local authorities, and building and strengthening civil society, because we saw and we are aware that this is the place where this combination of efforts, where local authorities and many people in this room and maybe online are working with us and are members of ALDA, we saw how the efforts of local authorities matching the effort of civil society create the miracle and creates a multiplication of efforts. Another element for the reconstruction of Ukraine is solidarity, and we will need a lot. Because the fight in Ukraine, and this is not rhetoric, it's the fight for Europe. And it's clear to everyone that the final goal is the destruction of the European Union as a concept. So we need to stay firm and we need to stay united and act in this sense. So we need also to give instrument for solidarity, and ALDA is also one of these bridges between Ukrainian communities and local authorities and European local authorities, regional authorities and communities. So a little bit about what we saw in Ukraine and what is our Ukraine and why we are so convinced that fighting and supporting and being active in solidarity with Ukraine is the fight for us. ALDA as members not only in Poland, not only in Eastern Europe, but we have members throughout the European Union, and we saw that this solidarity for Ukraine is everywhere. I was talking yesterday during the evening and the dinner with our Polish friends, and I said that I attended an event on migration issues in Portugal, Lisbon, 15 days ago that ALDA organized. And our talks were about how to support Ukraine in Lisbon. So it's not only a fight for Eastern Europe, it's a fight collectively for all Europe. ALDA is using an instrument which is called, mainly using this instrument, which are called the local democracy agencies. This is a permanent platform of cooperation between municipalities and regions in Europe and in a place which needs help. We have local democracy agencies in the Balkans that we opened after the war. We have local democracy agencies in Eastern Partnership countries, and in Ukraine we have 2 of them. One was opened in Dnipro in 2014 with the support of decentralized cooperation with the region of Lower Silesia in Poland and other local authorities in Europe. Another one was in Mariupol in 2017, where we opened the agencies with the support of the city of Gdansk. And for those who were with us yesterday, you heard the message of Alexandra Julkevich about our work. Of course, now these 2 local democracy agencies are active in different ways. In Dnipro, they continue working, but in Mariupol, they are relocated in Kiev. And we are promoting the development of local democracy agencies in other parts of Ukraine. We mentioned Vinnytsia, we mentioned Kharkiv this morning, and also we are developing an agency in Odessa. So we are inviting you all we have also documents outside to support the local democracy agencies. But we are part of a broader community of solidarity. Mr. Ziegler mentioned also the Alliance for the Reconstruction of Ukraine, built within the Committee of the Regions. We are also part of this community. We are working also with the CAMR and their projects on Bridges of Trust, and we are also supporting, of course, the Congress with the Cities for Cities. So there is a broad community of solidarity and support for Ukraine based on city-to-city cooperation, which are not only solidarity and friendship, which is also very important today, but they are working on pragmatic issues, supporting with humanitarian help, as we describe them today. And as Yaroslav mentioned now, they poses the basis for the future. We are also talking about this work as a city diplomacy, which is a word which has not been mentioned today, but this this is also very important because they gave importance to the mayors and to the councillors of the municipalities to engage at the international level and to focus on the importance of local democracy. I will conclude with some elements for our discussions, which are also based on our important work since 2004 in the region. With our network of city-to-city diplomacy, we are talking also to Europeans, to citizens in cities of Europe. And we are keeping high the attention on why we have to continue to fight for Ukraine. So we also have this role to disseminate the good information and fighting against a very subtle, sometimes very strong propaganda coming from Russia. So through city-to-city cooperation, we are also talking to European citizens and explaining and also demonstrating why it is important constantly to support Ukraine. The other elements is the question of refugees. The question of refugee will last for a long time. And we have been working in the Balkans, and this is a topics which in the reconstruction will last for a long period of time. So this, we need to think about that. We need to think about how to make people returning to their home quick and safe. The other element is to support city-to-city initiatives and support local authorities and decentralization. We want to ask the donors community, both the European Commission but also the UN and other donors, to be flexible, to be quick and reactive to the need of local authorities. Things are changing constantly, things need reaction, and they need to be adapted to the situation. So I will conclude here by saying that certainly this community in this room is part of the answer about how we will be able to reconstruct Ukraine. ALDA will be there among other associations which are part of our communities till when it will be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonella, for giving us this angle of view. Now we are not in a very comfortable situation because we are supposed to be finishing this panel in 5 minutes, and you have not had the opportunity to raising questions or making some remarks. So if I may, I will, with the indulgence of the organizers, give 5 more minutes, so it gives us 10 minutes. I will take 3 questions from the audience to whoever you may wish to ask, and then I will turn back to the panelists, and then we will conclude our panel. So please, the floor is yours. The mic is over there, and if you want to raise a question, go ahead. If you may identify yourself, yes, of course, yes, and sure. Make your question real, to the point, and quick, please.
Exactly. Alexander Kodriano, Ambassador of Moldova in the Czech Republic. I am very glad to be here for this debate. Just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I wanted to reiterate Moldova's support for Ukraine. As it was mentioned several times, we condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we strongly support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. But we also have, as a neighbor, we are opened to Ukrainian refugees that are coming to our country. Moldova opened the borders and will keep the borders open. About 500,000 of Ukrainians entered Moldova, and still about 80,000 are still in Moldova living and including working, because we opened the space for that. What I wanted to mention is also that we provide humanitarian support, especially to the neighboring regions, and we will do that in the future as well. But some other important ways to support is to keep the connectivity. There are so-called solidarity lanes. Solidarity, that's the possibility to transport goods via railway and by automobile connections via Moldova, and it is important now, I understand. But also there are also other possibilities, and for example, from tomorrow there will be opened a direct railway connection between Chisinau and Kiev. And symbolically it's called Train to Victory, and we'll do that for the it is a daily train, and we'll do that for the future. Just wanted to thank you for this debate, and want to mention Moldova's position on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and of course we are all aware of how much Moldova is affected by the war, and how much do we need to assist you in improving your resilience against the possibility of Russian aggression. Because the more you will be resilient, the more you will stand on your own feet, the less there is a chance that the Russians will have all kinds of thoughts of Moldova, of course. So, good luck and be brave in Moldova, and hopefully there will no more be things flying over your heads and falling on your cities and municipalities. So whoever wants to raise a question.
My name is Pavel Branda.
Yes, of course, Mr. Branda.
From the Association of Municipalities and also from COR. When we discuss the reconstruction of Ukraine and the role of regions and cities, we are of course aware of our limitations, financial limitations, especially now during the energy crisis, the high inflation that we face. There is also big pressure on the local and regional budgets. But nevertheless, we try to do our best, and I think generators and inexpensive things like this can be, of course, accommodated. But we're talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine. We're talking in much higher numbers. But I think the role of cities and regions should be in the expertise, in the know-how, and helping, by twinning in the reconstruction process. So this is our role, and the process will be so demanding. So I think that the COR and also the Congress should play, and this platform should play this coordination role. I think every city in Ukraine should have many partners, not only one, because the process will be so complicated. So I think we need to put some efforts into coordinating this and making sure that there is one city that will help with the library, one city that will help with other infrastructure, etc. So I think this is the way to go. Just a short comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see anyone, and so it gives me an opportunity to actually say some final words myself. First, I believe that as much as it is so complex, the issue to rebuilding a country of the size of Ukraine and talking about it in 1.5 hours, it's not easy task. But we, I think, succeeded in presenting to you basically the 3 or even 4 levels of where the efforts of reconstruction will be taking place. The international level, starting of course with the European Union that will see it as an opportunity for incoming or inviting new member. The national level, every country in the European Union is making its own efforts to help Ukraine to rebuild and to start with the reconstruction plans. Then of course it is the local level, cities to cities the transfer of know-how, because there are many things in this country we've been through not that long ago in our reforms, in our efforts. Of course, we were lucky where we didn't need to rebuild after the war, but environmental damage in the northern Bohemia, if you visited our regions 35 years ago, you might have thought that war must have taken place here, because these areas were really in a very bad shape. So we have been through these kinds of reforms and reconstruction process, and we can share our experience. And then there is this level of local initiatives, local citizens. And also we, I think, succeeded in presenting it to you in the timeline logic, that there are things that need to be done now, immediately, which is the most important thing is money. This is microfinancial assistance. The immediate, urgent rebuilding of necessary infrastructure to make the country work again, and of course be able to export its goods. And then there is this long-term thinking of how Ukraine should look like as a modern country in the future. And it is, as we saw, very difficult task to keep thinking of all the three phases at the same time, because sometimes we get a little bit taken away with the prospect of the future reconstruction, while we need to think of the urgent needs. So this is something that we were able to present to you in this panel, how things need to be discussed at the same time. I wish to thank Jaroslav, Anatoly, Antonella and Jana, and of course Georg, for participating in this panel. I wish to thank you in the audience and all of you who are connected to this conference over the internet for being such an attentive audience and engaging with us in this debate. And I look forward to hearing other panels at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we start this 1:15, maybe a couple of. People are coming back from lunch, so it's always difficult to. And Vaida, have you tried the microphone if it works? The bottom there?
Hello. Hi.
We'll wait for 2 more minutes, maybe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. Hopefully we can be joined by the other colleagues that are finishing lunch. So thank you very much for being here, all of you. My name is Eva Baños de Guisasola, and I'm policy advisor at CMR and Platforma, working on global agendas, sustainable development goals, and climate change. Platforma is a strategic partnership of the Commission and CMR to work on decentralized cooperation, and CMR is the association of national associations of cities and regions in Europe. We have over 100,000 subnational governments, members of us, and CMR is also the European section of United Cities for Local Governments, which is the super umbrella organization. We are associations of associations, and I'm happy to be in this conference also because the Ukrainian Association, the Union of Towns and Municipalities of the Czech Republic, also the Moldovan Association, they're all members, Lithuania and Latvia. So very happy to be here. I also want to thank the organizers, the Czech Republic presidency now, also the Committee of the Regions for the COLEAP 11th annual meeting yesterday, and all the local authorities that are present here. So it's my honor also to moderate this panel. We also welcome the distinguished panelists that we have around this table. So we have one UN member, United Nations Development Program member. It is our colleague Evan, and he is the regional project management for a project which is called EU for Climate, and he is based in Istanbul. Then we have four politicians, and in this panel I'm happy to see that we've got a gender balance, so well done. And we have Vaida Shevnaike, she's member of the local assembly of the Jonski district municipal council. She's also a spokesperson for Platforma on the Eastern Partnership. Then we are from Lithuania. Then we also have Irina Marionak, she's deputy mayor for the city of Lviv in Ukraine. We also have Sandro Sordia, who is from the municipality of Suditi in Georgia. And last but not least, we have our colleague Vladislav Kochi from the mayor of Stefan Voda in Moldova. So thanks very much for all of you for coming. And then I would like to give you some insights of the panel in which we're now. This panel is on self-energy efficiency and then combating climate change. These two aspects will help us to become more resilient. And this is the title of the conference, Resilience, how the local level can become more resilient also within the current circumstances. So we are all aware of the Russian situation, very unfortunate, very unfair. And we are all aware of what is been the impact also in the energy sector, all the local level. I'm not talking only on the regional, national or international, but the local level is really hardly hit by these consequences of the war, and the energy aspects are used as a weapon, which is really unfair. So we need to analyze now around this panel how the local level, how you mayors and vice mayors are dealing with this, how you coping with this threat that we have here, how we're preparing ourselves for the winter season that we are, is now. So how we are also dealing with the challenges and opportunities also that this situation give us. You will have all seen the news that all members, not only at the European level or in the European continent, but worldwide, they're all getting ready, to become more self-sufficient energy-wise. And we are also seeing how the energy prices are increasing. So this also put us in a very difficult situation to tackle energy and climate change at the same time. We have these two crises together, but that also offers, and we need to be positive at the end of the day, that also offers possibilities to improve, to become more resilient and to grow better. It also requires a high commitment from the politicians, also with the help of the civil society. We've heard in the previous panels that the levels of governance are very crucial, but you cannot do that without the cities or the citizens. Then we can also say that at CMR level, we adopted a declaration right after the war started. So immediately all our members were behind our support. We produced a declaration against the war, and it was supported by more than 100 mayors in Europe. So that was really an immediate response and united response. And now after a few months, we have seen that we need to involve in a different way, maybe in a more practical way, because at the beginning it was basically to exchange information. Now we can commit in a more practical way through the projects that have also been mentioned this morning, for instance, the Bridges of Trust project, through the expert group at CMR on migration and inclusion, which has a project called Inclusities to involve and help those less experienced cities in welcoming migrants, also through the work of the Eastern Partnership and Platform, and also through the Alliance of Cities and Regions that was launched by the Committee of the Regions on the reconstruction of Ukraine. So CMR is extremely committed and working in that direction. Then we have also seen that it's not only the war now, the energy crisis, but we have the permanent crisis of climate change. This is what known by all of you. In a week's time, we'll all be going either virtually or physically to a COP in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh. And this is a crucial moment to really take action, because we keep saying that we need to take action, we're delayed, but we really need to do it. We have seen the temperatures are increasing. There is no way we can cope with this anymore. So CMR has also prepared for this COP. We have released a position paper after summer on how we can support also our local authorities there. There will be huge delegations of the local level, so I also invite you to be there. But the message that CMR is putting before this COP is that we need to deliver action on the local ground. We all have experience, and the local level is really the quickest actor to make a difference. Also assist the member states, but I believe that the local level has a huge responsibility, although we are not provided with the resources all the time. So this is also another claim, that we need the appropriate resources, legal and financial ones, and human resources. And we need to do this also in collaboration with the national associations of cities and regions. This is crucial. And we also need to establish a dialogue with the national government here. So we are well prepared for this COP. And then we also need to make the links with the biodiversity crisis. So this is a very unfortunate period in history. All crises seem to be coming together, but we again need to see the positive side and see how we can overcome this crisis and become stronger and more resilient. And then the last point I wanted to refer to is the localization of the green agendas and how we can make them more tangible and how we can come with concrete examples so we see the difference. And we have heard yesterday at the co-lib and meeting the report that was adopted on localization of the green agendas to help in the Eastern Partnership area to become greener, to become more energy resilient, climate resilient. And Platforma also contributed to this report by reinforcing the need to collaborate at the local level, to exchange best practices, experiences. This whole panel is not about transmitting a political message, it's basically about sharing experience. We have seen the added value of doing this more and more, and nowadays with all the crises that we're facing, we see that learning from each other on the good side, on the bad side, that really save us time, money and energy. So it's very important to see what's happened well in your cities, what hasn't worked, so we can learn from you. And because the challenges are basically the same, it's just the way in which we tackle them and on what the solutions can be found. So CMR has also work in helping the local level to localize the green agendas, and CMR has also issued a report on the localization of SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. We produce a report on an annual basis to see how the local level is also improving in the implementation of SDGs, and we will present the next one next July. Also, the European Union will be presenting for the first time a voluntary review at EU level on the implementation of SDGs. So we are all invited to contribute to this process. There are ongoing consultations, and CMR will respond to these consultations. And by responding through us, you're also responding because, in our response, we consult all our members. So all the associations present will be consulted, and also those who are not present. So we have a huge amount of challenges ahead of us. It's also our responsibility to react quickly, and as we were listening from the Czech Republic presidency earlier, we cannot wait too long. There are so many things that we can do now, and there are so many things that we can do now and prepare for later on. So we cannot wait to finish and conclude one chapter to move to the next one. We need to work a bit simultaneously, of course, being aware of what are the priorities at each moment. But we have a huge opportunity ahead of us. So I'll be happy to listen to all our panelists, and also there will be time for questions and answers after the first block of intervention and after the second one from the audience. And I would like to start with you, Evan, to tell us about what is the work that you're doing in this project and how also you are helping some of the member states to work on their national determined contributions that they need to present at the COP meetings, at the Conference of the Party meetings of United Nations. So please, you have the floor, and you also have a PowerPoint presentation with some slides. Yes. Thank you very much, Evan.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, so thanks once again, Eva, for the introduction. Let me explain what our project is doing to assist Eastern Partnership with developing and enhancing climate policies. The project has been operational since the year 2019, so it was not so long ago, but we were living in a completely different world, and at that time we planned that we will help Eastern Partnership countries with developing the strategic documents to implement the Paris Agreement. So these are the NDCs, but also mid-century strategies and adaptation plans on the national level. To a large extent, we fulfilled this program until the war broke out, and currently we still continue working in the same direction, but with some modifications. So the next slide, please, and let me. How can I switch it? Shall I say next slide? Can you switch to next slide, please? Yes, so to address the immediate needs of Ukraine, we analyzed what we had, and immediately we understood that during the COVID times we had some savings from the events which we planned to do on site, but we did them in Zoom. So we relatively quickly managed to repurpose those savings into three main activities. First of all, the medical procurement for the needs of people in Ukraine, support to internally displaced people who stay in Ukraine. Under this component, we're helping the Ministry of Environment, who is hosting people from war-affected areas in the national parks. So the most likely many of those people will stay there over the winter, so we will be helping through our partner organization to bring some basic supplies and also to help them to go through the winter period. And also support to municipalities with stable supply of electricity. So under this part, I'm happy to say that we already purchased 9 generators, which we will soon be transferring to 7 municipalities. So that's of course not too much compared to the scale of the assistance provided by the EU and bigger donors, but I think for our project with rather limited resources, that's already also quite a good step, and I hope that other initiatives can also join us in this. Next slide, please. So talking about our main areas where we work to develop the climate strategies, as I already mentioned, it's the NDCs and mid-century climate strategies, which you might have heard about as the LEDs, the low emissions development strategies, and adaptation, and then several support areas. First of all, this is legal alignment with the EU. That's also quite a key part for the European Union as a donor and the partners in this project. Here we currently helping a few countries in the region to develop climate laws, so you might be interested in that, because I think in every country it will be impacting not only the national level policies, but also municipalities. So please contact me if you are interested in the climate laws. We are currently developing those for Armenia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And then talking about more known areas of legal alignment, this is emissions trading. So we are currently helping Armenia and Moldova with understanding better how to implement elements of European emissions trading scheme according to the association agreement in case of Moldova and free trade agreement in case of Armenia. Next slide, please. So talking about the practical results, the work on developing NDCs is almost finished. We delivered the NDC of Moldova as one of the first NDCs in the world. If I remember correctly, it was the 4th NDC to Paris Agreement released globally. And then we prepared those for almost every country. In Azerbaijan, unfortunately, the situation is still that NDC is not approved by the government, but we hope that it will be released. So the draft is there, it's just a matter of political decision. And for Ukraine, the NDC was prepared by another donor, but we are helping the country with developing the NDC finance plan to understand how to actually implement those targets set in the NDC until the year 2030. Next slide, please. And with the mid-century strategies, we are helping to 4 countries. So in case of Armenia, we developed the country's strategy for energy efficiency and renewable energy until 2030. And now this document is used as a building block, or the main building block for preparing the mid-century strategy for climate. Also, we are finalizing now the mid-century strategies for Azerbaijan and Georgia, and in Moldova we helped to adopt the existing low emissions development strategy until 2030 to the targets of the NDCs, because the strategy was developed earlier and then it was aligned to the target set in the NDCs. Next slide, please. Here we also have component where we try to look broader into how these national level policies can be brought into other sectors, because usually our main focal point and our main partner is the Ministry of Environment. So here we are looking into involving other ministries, for example, Ministry of Health or Ministry of Energy, into implementing climate policies in their respective targets. So we are now finalizing several reports and recommendations how to introduce climate considerations into other sectors. Next slide, please. This is also another supporting area. So according to the Paris Agreement, countries need to improve their reporting about their emissions, because before the Paris Agreement, it were only the developed countries who were to report regularly, but now there will be the same requirements for everyone. So we are helping Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Moldova to improve the national system of reporting of greenhouse gases. Next slide, please. And about the legal alignment, so I already spoke briefly about that. So I think the most interesting would be the EU emissions trading system elements, because this is relevant to medium and large companies who are most likely located in one of your municipalities. So this will definitely impact the way those companies work. And I think this is the nearest future. So in Ukraine, the elements of emissions trading systems are already operational and will be soon implemented in Armenia and Moldova, in the sense that companies will have to report the emissions as a first step. Next slide, please. And yet one more element, we are helping countries with analyzing their budgeting and understand how much money is spent towards addressing climate change, because this is also not a straightforward question. So we did this exercise now with Armenia and Georgia, identifying the sources of budget money which go into climate change, and providing some recommendations what shall be done to improve how these financial flows are identified. And in Azerbaijan, we are going to finalize the same work next year. Next slide, please. So a few words about what we are going to do until the end of the project, because it's scheduled to close December next year. Next slide, please. So we will be working in the same, let's say, traditional area that we started in 2019. Helping countries to operationalize their NDCs and mid-century strategies. So we are now preparing the finance strategies for the NDCs of Moldova and Ukraine. And for countries who are now working on mid-century strategies, we will do some extensive consultations with partner ministries and other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So here, as I mentioned, the climate laws for Armenia and Ukraine, this is something in the making, and I suggest that if you're interested in the topic of climate change, please do contact me, and I'll connect you with the teams who are working in your respective countries. I think that's a very important topic, and these draft climate laws, they will have direct effect on how companies and cities work. Next slide. talking about the adaptation planning, we are now considering to do municipal implementation plan of the national adaptation strategy for one of the large cities in Ukraine. I'm really not surprised in a nice way. I mean, I'm impressed how a city which is very close to the front line is ready to proceed with climate change adaptation, and it was a request that came to us just a couple of months ago. So I'm not naming the city yet because that's under discussions, but I hope that early next year we will start preparing that. And this will be a good example which can be also followed. So if you're interested in preparing municipal level adaptation plans, please also contact our project, and we can think what we can do together. Next slide, please. And also just to refer you where you can get more information about what we are doing, you can get to our website where we post most of our material and reports that we prepare. Just to quickly mention that when we launched it, we basically intended the site to be a place where we put our reports and be a very technical place, but somehow it reached more than 100,000 visitors in a couple of years. So it shows that there is really a big interest from the region, and you can also see here some statistic where the visitors come from. Next slide, please. And you can sign up to our newsletter. So in the presentation, there is a link. If you click on it, you can subscribe and get our news and main updates. Talking about the immediate things that we're going to do this year, so we're planning two events. One during the COP27 conference, so we will have a side event there presenting the progress of Eastern Partnership with developing mid-century strategies. So I'm welcoming you to join this at least virtually if you're not going to the COP. So there will be a webcast, and you can go to our website. There will be an announcement on Monday, I believe, about the details. And then one more event that we are planning at the end of November, a joint workshop together with the Covenant of Mayors in Tbilisi. So the Covenant of Mayors will be opening formally their next phase there, and the EU for Climate will have a session about implementing national policies on the municipal level. So exactly about this example I've been speaking, like developing the municipal adaptation plan, but we are very open to look into other possibilities. So, for example, prepare a climate change plan for a municipality until 2050 or 2030, whichever timeline you are interested in. So if this was something you are thinking about, please also contact me, and I'll be very happy to welcome you in Tbilisi or virtually, whichever works best for you, and hopefully we can find some ways to work together. I think that's it from my side, and I'll be happy to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yevgen, for the very clear presentation. So we'll have a chance after the next two ones to come back to you and give the opportunity to the audience to address any points. Thanks very much. So now we move on to Vaida. So I would like to see, Vaida, from your side, if you can give us some examples on what green solutions you're applying in your municipality of Joniskis, and how you're approaching this. We know that you're, as I mentioned, you're a platform spokesperson on the Eastern Partnership. You're very active also on the centralized cooperation project. So how do you see, what are the green solutions that you can propose and the ones that you're already implemented maybe, and also what are the challenges that you might see while you are implementing those? Thanks very much.
Okay, so thank you, Eva. Good afternoon to everyone. As Eva mentioned, I am Vaida, and I am Vice Mayor of Joniškis District Municipality, and we are from Lithuania. And I am happy to be here and to share my vision and present our experience on green issues. So, as we all know, green solutions, climate change is a priority for the whole Europe and the whole world, and this is also shown by the European Green Deal and its ambitious goals. By 2050, Europe must become a climate neutral to promote a green economy, green investment and innovation. And this is a new and important strategy which involves major changes in several sectors at all levels, from climate to energy, from transport to biodiversity protection, from agriculture to a more circular economy, and requires the contribution of all of us. And nowadays, green topic is getting more and more important due to energy crisis, which affected all of us. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine caused negatively the energy markets, driving oil and gas prices to their highest levels in nearly a decade, and forcing many countries to reconsider the energy policy. And the key goal today is to find ways and tools how to meet this crisis. So what is the role of local authorities in this context, and how local level can contribute meeting energy crisis and the climate change challenge? So central government policy alone cannot ensure a green transition. Cities, regions and communities can also be catalyst for environment policy solutions, and local and regional authorities are key drivers to meet various crises and fight against climate change. And environmental protection and adaptation to climate change implementation or energy efficiency measures are responsibilities of municipalities, and specific measures are implemented on the ground. Therefore, the more actively municipalities are involved and the more consistently we all implement climate change policy, the faster we will achieve the set goals. And Lithuanian municipalities pay a lot of attention to environmental policy and its implementation, and they work on sustainable transport development, renewable energy development, energy efficiency, air pollution reduction, sustainable waste management development, and other problems. And a key goal today is to find ways and means to address climate and environmental challenges and opportunities in all policies, and to ensure that the transition is fair and inclusive. And I believe that combining local, national, European and international agendas, we are able to deliver our promises to our people to live in a clean and sustainable environment. And today I would like to share briefly my own experience of our municipality on these green issues, and what do we do and what are our priorities. So our municipality, just to have an idea how big is it, it's located in the northern part of Lithuania, and we have a border with Latvia. So if one day you will come to visit us, you will have a chance to visit two countries, Lithuania and Latvia, because it's just 10 kilometers and you are in Latvia. And our municipality has about 25,000 inhabitants, and we have a very nice town with very nice people, and especially women are very nice. Okay, so, and our strategy is of our municipality to be happy, entrepreneurial, and to be green district. As we are mostly agricultural district, and we have the highest rank of fertility of land, and the biggest farmers live there in that part. So we pay a lot of attention to green issues, sustainable development and climate change adaptation, and the municipality works on integrating green green infrastructure and green solutions into its urban planning, including the design of buildings, public spaces, and other infrastructure. So why it is so important for us? And the answer is because of green solution brings us less traffic noise, better air quality, better stability of urban infrastructure, more attractive green spaces for citizens to enjoy, job creation, greater biodiversity, better quality public spaces, improved appearance of buildings, healthy and more active lifestyles, and greater interaction among residents, energy savings, and so on. The main strategical goals are sustainable mobility and green infrastructure development and promotion of green energy, install of energy savings measures, waste management and water management systems development, and multi-apartments and public buildings renovation, modernization of the street lighting systems, and so on. And at present, we are focused on green energy development and buildings renovation, multi-apartments and public. And municipality aims to increase the use of green energy in public buildings like schools, hospitals, and continues to work on implementing project relating to installing solar power plants, and this allowed to reduce electricity consumption costs in public buildings and will contribute to increase the energy efficiency and climate change mitigation as well. And our experience in buildings renovation of public buildings showed that effective buildings renovation has decreased the heating consumption about 20–50%. And our municipality continues also to work on multi-apartments buildings renovation, and at present we have already about 70% of buildings renovated, and this year we're still having 10 projects going on, and 6 of them will be finished by the end of the year. And the aim of our municipality is to renovate till 100%. And it will let us to save the costs for energy and at the same time to improve the landscape of the town. And we are happy that now our citizens enjoy the benefits of the renovation, although the beginning of renovation was really complicated and not all people wanted to be involved into that, but now they see that reduced heating bills are really good for their own budget. So the new challenge for us is upcoming winter, as I think for the whole Europe, and the situation in the energy sector. And therefore now our municipality attention is focused on energy saving plan, and energy efficiency reducing energy demand is the cheapest and most effective mean to meet reduced carbon emissions and to save energy. And it is evaluated that building management and the transport sector account for the largest share of energy consumption. And as this year energy increased till 50%, but right now the prices of electricity are stabilizing a little bit, and anyway it will influence the budget of our municipality. We pay quite a lot of energy and we put a lot of resources, so we can give less to other public needs. And but we react to the situation and we try to make our priority right now in municipality to reduce the costs of energy resources. So we implement solar panels on the roofs of different institutions like schools, hospitals, also build a distant solar power station, and as you understood, the solar power panels and stations are #1 priority for our municipality. And I hope that all municipalities will meet this challenge, and local actions focused on energy savings and green solutions will help us to avoid energy crisis and allow create quality living conditions for our residents. And having in mind our cooperation with the Eastern Partnership countries, we have friends in Moldova and Ukraine, then we have quite a lot of projects with them, but right now we are working on our experience sharing projects, and just a few days ago we had a group of people from Zborov municipality in Ukraine, and we shared our experience on sorting garbage and tried to show our good and bad experience, just let them to know what they can avoid, and also what concerns Lithuania and working on platform. There was a delegation from Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova on municipalities association level, and they also just visited in Lithuania some places of garbage sorting, saving energy, and so on, and they tried to take the best examples from what we have done so far. So that would be my presentation, and thank you everyone for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Vaida. I think that is, I mean, you've mentioned very crucial aspects, like when you talked about the Green Deal. When the Commission adopted the Green Deal in 2019, we had a very ambitious there, and the targets were really extremely ambitious. Now we have, the war now, and that's why the Commission launched the Repower plan to become more independent from Russia's fuels through the diversification of the energy sources, to save energy, to make energy cleaner. So we have also this political instrument on the table to implement it, but we have to do it in parallel with the local authorities and according to our own geographical situation, to our own competences. So as we mentioned earlier, there is the EU level, but also there are the country priorities, and also the region's priorities, and also the local authorities' priorities. So there has to be a combination of priorities, but with the idea of becoming greener. So I think that the Eastern Partnership has also this new opportunity to work beyond the 2020 targets that were fixed in 2020. So the responsibility for the mayors is there, but also with the help and assistance of the cities and citizens. So many thanks for the clear examples, Vaida. Now we move to Irina. So you have huge challenges ahead of us with the current situation, which is very unfortunate. We very much hope that this will be over tomorrow. Okay, CMR continues supporting you also with the declaration we adopted in the USG Congress in October. So we keep assisting you, and as it was said earlier, as much as you need us on our side, also with all our members. And we would like to hear from you what are the green reconstruction ideas that you've got in your mind, in your plans, in your strategies. How do you assess the needs of the cities? How you can put this into place? Also with the idea to make these cities more sustainable in the long run and more resilient. So what are the plans that you have in your portfolio? Thank you very much.
Слава Україні! Я б хотіла подякувати від імені Асоціації міст за запрошення на конференцію. Вона є дуже важлива. Ми сьогодні обговорюємо питання, які є надважливі для наших міст. Асоціація міст – це є велика структура, яка об'єднує 950 мерів міст і голів об'єднаних територіальних громад. Якщо говорити на загал, скільки населення є в Асоціації міст і координує Асоціація міст, це є 85% населення України. Сьогодні в нашій делегації є мери і керівники об'єднаних територіальних громад і західної частини України, центральної, сходу, воду. І кожен сьогодні навіть він координує роботу свого міста в зв'язку з тим, що є нештатні ситуації у містах. Є обстріли, є речі, які треба коригувати. Я би хотіла подякувати Чеській Республіці за допомогу, за те, що допомагаєте Україні. Я б хотіла подякувати за те, що надали прихисток нашим мешканцям, і ми вчора мали можливість бути в центрі прийому наших переселенців, і ми побачили, наскільки якісно організована робота стосовно допомоги нашим українцям. Станом на сьогоднішній день 400 тисяч українців мають вже візи на проживання в Чехії і право на працю. Це є надважливо, тому що в той момент, коли потрібна була допомога, ви простягнули нам руку допомоги і її надали. Якщо говорити про екологічний аспект, то бачення зараз під час війни змінилося. І коли летять ракети на наші нафтобази, коли горить пальне і коли дуже важко нашим ДСНС тушити ту пожежу, тоді дуже багато чадного газу виділяється в атмосферу. Відповідним чином екологія страждає. Також, коли вибухають ракети, виділяється сірка, залізо, і це все, крім того, що вбиває людей, руйнує будинки, крім цього і засмічує нашу землю. І коли сірка вступає в реакцію з водою, тоді відповідним чином все повністю, що є в землі, знищується. Ще одна річ є дуже важлива, яку я хочу сказати. Це є території, які тимчасово окуповані, а там є заповідники. Це є зона неймовірна. І тоді, коли там є пожежі, ми не можемо виїхати, наші пожежники, і там пожежу локалізувати. Чому? Тому що це є окупована територія. І тоді ці тварини, які там мешкають, вони просто помирають. Ті рослини, які там є, вони просто знищуються і нищиться екологія. Ще один аспект дуже важливий – це є ядерна небезпека. Станом на сьогоднішній день Запорізька АЕС є окупована окупантом, і там є 6 енергоблоків. Я хочу нагадати про те, що під час того, коли в нас сталася аварія на Чорнобильській АЕС, вибухнув 1 енергоблок. І станом на зараз в Європі Запорізька АЕС є найбільшою АЕС, яка несе зараз небезпеку в зв'язку з тим, що там є окупанти. Тому дуже важливе значення має, щоб Євросоюз, щоб цілий світ об'єднався і, власне, зробив так, щоб не було на Запорізькій АЕС росіян і щоб не було отого терору ядерного, який зараз відчуває цілий світ. А це є насправді дуже велика небезпека. На попередній панелі ми обговорювали питання про те, а як ми будемо відбудовувати наші міста. І на сьогоднішній день є міста, які зруйновані вщент. Маріуполь, Харків, Чернігів, Суми. Їх треба повністю, інші міста, їх треба повністю відновлювати. І тут, якщо ми говоримо в плані екології, то необхідна також ваша підтримка, скажімо так, в плані рекомендацій, в плані і матеріальному, для того, щоб ці міста і ці будинки зробити екологічними. Щоб якщо ми вже відбудовуємо і робимо добре, то має бути якісно, враховуючи оцей аспект екології, тому що Європейський Союз, власне, на цьому ставить акценти. Наступна річ – це є руйнування нашої інфраструктури, руйнування також нашої енергосистеми. 40% енергосистеми в нас є зруйновано. Станом на зараз в нас є пошкоджено 11 ТЕЦ, теплоелектростанцій, 4 повністю зруйновано, це є перед опалювальним сезоном. Крім того, в нас є також ракетними ударами уражено 335 котелень і 13 повністю зруйновано. Зараз інтенсивно інтенсивно працюють наші комунальні служби, але треба зрозуміти, що ТЕЦ – це є великий об'єкт, і 4 ТЕЦ ми не зможемо відновити, і ми не зможемо подати людям тепло, і ті люди або вони будуть переживати зиму в зимних оселях, або вони переїдуть на захід, або до Європи, тому що зима йде, і буде зима непростою і найскладнішою, напевно, а це є точно за останніх, напевно, 100 років. Тому станом на сьогоднішній день дуже важливо, як говорила попередній спікер, про те, щоб, перше, бути енергоощадними, друге, необхідно також вживати певні заходи. І зараз вже в містах виключають електроенергію по 5-6 годин для того, щоб зекономити, власне, енергоресурс і для того, щоб хоча б деякий період часу люди могли мати цю електроенергію. Тобто в нас вже є аварійні відключення. Як далі буде, тяжко сказати, чи будуть обстріли, але ворог цільово нищить інфраструктуру України, цільово знищує наші трансформаторні підстанції для того, щоб взимку просто українці замерзли. Але українці сильні, українці незламні, сильна нація, сильна держава. І я скажу, що зараз роблять українці. Перше, якщо говорити про місто Львів, то ми ставимо теплові насоси на котельнях для того, щоб люди отримували гарячу воду без газу. Це є дуже добре, тому що ми економимо мільйони метрів кубічних газу і також ми економимо мільйони гривень. Також ми поставили індивідуальні теплові пункти в Сихівському районі, а Сихівський район – це є один з найбільших міст у Львові, це 150 тисяч населення, і це є всі будинки, 9-поверхові, 14-поверхові, мають ІТП. ІТП також дають можливість зекономити газ, енергоресурс на 30%, якщо будинок утеплений на 40%. Але це при умові, якщо є електроенергія і якщо є газ. Ще одна річ, ми запланували також з литовськими партнерами облаштовувати котельню на біомасі, і переговори вже йдуть до завершення. Відповідним чином ми зможемо поставити 2 котли на 40 МВт, але ми тут також враховуємо і аспект екології. Там мають бути фільтри 2-ступеневої очистки, якісні, і термін гарантії 20 років. Ще одна річ, яка є цікава, я думаю,
life cycle of 20 years. I'd like to share my experience. In the end of 2021, our mayor, Andriy Sadovich, ordered that we take precautions how we can have water without having power, and we installed diesel generators as our city was shelled, and it happens time and again. On the 10th and 11th of October, the whole city was dark. We did not have energy. We did not have light in buildings. Even mobile phones and banks could not work. But after we switched to diesel generations, we could provide water from 6 directions. And our plan now is that we install diesel generations in boiler houses and in heating power plants. In the event that we do not have power, but we have gas, we could provide heating to our population. And we are doing it under the conditions of war. Without your support, it would not have been possible. Thank you for diesel generators you provided, which provide life in Ukraine. Currently, the life is not easy in Ukraine. It is difficult. Starting from the beginning of the war and until July, we had 5 million refugees in our city. That means on every day 50 to 60,000 refugees arrived in our railway station. We provided buses and we dispatched 40 to 50 buses to Europe, and partially the people remained in Lviv. Currently, we have 110,000 refugees in our city. Because in the east, there is no heating, and in some towns and villages, it would be difficult to provide heating in those places. It's important that the western part of Ukraine and Europe could provide shelter to those people. In the city of Lvov, we have modular buildings for refugees. And during 2 months, we could build such a small wooden houses. The upper floor receives a lot of sun. Please show pictures. They are that's how we started. Day and night, we worked for 2 months. Please show all the pictures. There is a lake in Venia about, and rainwater can go into the sea. And thus, we do not overburden our sewage. That's how the buildings look like. Pregnant women are living there, women with the children, and the main point was ecology. We are really in a hurry. Until the middle of December, we want to have more of such houses in order that people can spend the winter. Overall, I can say the situation in Ukraine is not simple. In this conference, it was told that Ukraine needs immediate help in order that we persist. We lose our men. Women are crying because they are losing husbands and sons, and it is a very high price on the front line. And we are resisting Russia in order that Russia does not move westward. The army of Ukraine is very courageous. I'd like that you show a video clip. It is about the unbroken Ukrainian people. We are united and we are powerful being united. Please show the video clip. Please switch on the sound.
Blasts have been reported in the capital city of Kyiv, also in the western city of Lviv, also there in the eastern city of Dnipro, Zaporizhia as well, several other cities in addition across the country.
The Ukrainian city of Lviv, close to the border with Poland, has been hit by the first missile strikes in the west of the country in more than a week.
We can get used to darkness, but we'll never get used to captivity. Freedom is our way. Freedom is our only choice. It is our sense and our greatest value. Freedom runs in our blood and in the DNA of our whole nation. That's how the new generation of free youth is being born. The one that knows the price and pays it. The one that refuses to get tired, lose faith, or stop. The one that won't let fear, despair, or evil win this battle. This is the generation of free youth that, having got the chance to save its own country's freedom, becomes freedom guards for the whole civilized world.
Glory to the Ukrainians, glory to the Czech people, and glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Thank you.
Debate that we have the table, they're not entirely materialized, some are in favor, some are against, but how would you see the local level involved in having their own determined contributions?
Thank you. I think in principle these national level strategies, they are built to be implemented on other levels. So first it's a political decision that we say, okay, we will become carbon neutral until the year 2050, but then it will be the companies in the private sector, municipalities and ordinary people who will implement that. So I think at the moment we are working on the policies targeted on private sector more. So for example, the taxes or carbon trading schemes, etc. So this is targeted at medium and large enterprises. But we will be soon moving to the stage when everybody will have to contribute, so starting from individuals and also to more importantly municipalities, because this is where people live and where they go to work at those enterprises. So yeah, I think that's the future, and right now I think there are many initiatives. So starting from the Covenant of Mayors who are preparing the climate action plans, we are trying to experiment and in our project just do a broad planning for cities and see what will work better. So yes, I think this is the immediate future, and we will see this very soon.
Thank you very much, Evan. Any comments from the audience or public? Because then I would like to ask maybe the same question to Irina and Vaida on the engagement of the citizen itself, someone like us, not talking about the city administration or regional or national level, but a normal citizen. What do you think has been like the main barrier to engage in these specific actions of, you have policies on making the city greener, but that sounds sometimes like a very political idea, but how do you convince the regular citizen to really engage on that in the long run? Because having a short-term measure is very easy, but in the long run, that would be for you, Vaida. And for you, Irina, how do you do this also, but with this idea of reconstructing the city, which is even more courageous than just becoming a green city, reconstructing it from scratch, and sometimes again and again. So how would you see the particular and individual engagement here, or the main problems that you foresee, and how could they become overcome? And short answers. Thank you.
What concerns my question, I would say, let's just some examples. If to make city greener, better, in Lithuania we have a special program for town communities, and they are encouraged to write projects and to get money to make their surrounding around the house or multi-flat house look nicer. So then the community gather together and they prepare a project and they get money for that. So that's what makes them to feel that they are creating their town themselves. What concerns the renovation of buildings, that was really a tough question at the beginning, because there are different programs, and in some programs people have to add their own money, so you have to convince them that the house needs renovation, but when they agree with that, but when they need to give their own money for that process, they don't like it. But when the gossiping starts going on around that the bill is less now, you don't have to pay so much for heating. So little by little, we are reaching that 100%.
Thank you. Irina?
В місті Львові, коли
in the city of Lviv, when construction begins, a plot of land is provided and conditions are stipulated and have to be confirmed by the city council. And in those conditions, it is foreseen that heating pump is to be installed. The building must be energy saving. Some buildings need solar panels. It is the first stage and the stage of construction. The next stage is buildings which were built in the 1970s and 80s. We have a program, warm house, and we have finances under the program of energy efficiency, and 40% of heating can be saved, and we are working together with the German GIZ, and GIZ is educating the citizens how to do it. Sometimes citizens
тренінги, навчання, семінари для мешканців
winterize on their part of the building and think it's enough, and they are educated that only if the whole building is winterized, it is energy efficient, because some trees are in an emergency situation, and it is foreseen in my city that if, for example, 150 trees have to be cut, instead 300 young trees have to be planted. We are working on our city being a greenhouse, and we're paying much attention to ecology, to transportation, and we wanted to change our buses against electrical buses. But the wartime is a difficult time for that. It is our plans. It could be that the war will change the plans. But in any case, we are taking effort that my city is a green city and an energy-saving city, and the inhabitants save money. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very courageous from both. Thank you very much. So now we move on to the second tour. So now we've got Sandro Sodia from Sugdidi municipality. So Sandro, I would like to hear from you what are the best practices and the good examples that you've got in your municipality when you implement the green agenda, and how you improve the localization also of the green policies at the local level. And then maybe what are the tools that you would provide to assist in this task. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. First of all, it's very hard to start my speech about green policy after so sensitive speech of Mrs. Irina. Our fully solidarity to Ukrainian people, brave people. We Georgians, all Georgians know what does it means, Russians' unjustified aggression and brutal aggression. We know it on our skin, 2008, and our solidarity to Ukrainian brave people. What about this question? First of all, I would like to welcome the existing audience and express my sincere gratitude for organizing this face-to-face meeting. We all agree that COVID pandemic, along with other contagious circumstances, provoked re-evaluation of the importance and value of face-to-face communication. Therefore, it's my honor to present myself as a representative of one of the municipalities of Georgia. I am Sandro Sorde, a member of Zugdidi Municipality Council. My city is located in the west part of Georgia. The city is distinguished by its diverse potential, including political, economic, touristic, and other directions. Zugdidi links the mountain and sea resorts to each other, which are only a few kilometers apart in our country. The political function of Zugdidi throughout the country, and not only throughout the country, even in region, is worthy to mention because it represents the bordering municipality of occupied Abkhazia, which is occupied by Russia. Abkhazia is unanimously recognized by the international community as an integral part of the state of Georgia. Today, on the background of ongoing Russian brutal aggression in Ukraine, for us as for local political actors, the platform of dialogue and ideas exchange offered in this format is very important. The platform is able to give the opportunity to talk with European structures and partners, moreover, to reach our voice to public in general and to share the mutual practice and experience to the representatives of Eastern Partnership countries. In regards to activate the role of municipality in difficult geographical situation, namely in the field of localization of green policy on the municipal level. Through the way giving the opportunity to municipalities to make their modest contribution in regards to universal peace and well-being. For the government of Georgia and local municipalities, namely my municipalities I represent, one of the key priorities is the implementation of green policy. Which is approved by the decision of Georgia's government with the setting up the Council of Climate Change. Within this frame of the Council, the coordination platform of municipal development, so-called Mayor's Club, acts as an advisory body, and this pact further increases the role of signatory municipalities of Paris Agreement in the process of fulfilling the international obligations of the state and allows the signatories to have direct communication with the highest officials of the country's executive power about their challenges and successes. On March 2020, the mayor of Zugdidi municipality, based on the decree adopted by City Council, took the obligation signing the agreement of mayors for climate and energy. Based on this agreement, the municipality takes the responsibility to reduce 30% of CO2 emissions from its territory by 2030. Furthermore, to increase the stability of municipality through measures of energy efficiency and utilization of renewable energy resources, as well as adapting to the consequences of climate change. In order to achieve the above-mentioned goals, the municipality took responsibility to undertake the following measures consistently. First, develop an inventory baseline emissions and assess the risk and vulnerabilities caused by the climate change. Second, present a sustainable energy and climate action plan by 2022. reflect a climate change mitigation and adaptation measures in relevant local policy and strategy documents. Also, to submit the interim reports every 2 years after introducing a sustainable energy and climate action plan, with the aim to assess, monitor, and verify the progress of the process. And also to share the vision, achievements, knowledge, and experience among other representatives of local and regional officials, as well as European Union and its beyond, through the way of information exchange and direct cooperation. And nowadays, the various important transport and infrastructural measures are implemented in Zugdidi municipality in the direction of eco-friendly policy. Namely, the municipal auto pool was replaced by Euro 5 buses, the technical characteristic of which ensures the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. In addition, the city-wide water and sewerage project creating the renewable energy resources through the water treatment facility. Furthermore, the negotiations are actively underway with relevant donor organizations regarding the creation of municipal waste management enterprise. The construction and rehabilitation of several kindergartens under the municipal authority has been also completed, and it is planned to fully provide other preschool educational institutions with appropriate energy-efficient infrastructure in the future. Also, it is worth to mention that the rehabilitation of the administrative facility of municipality was carried out, taking into account the principle of energy efficiency. The external lighting facilities in the municipality are completely adjusted to the requirements of energy efficiency. The reconstruction of the so-called lungs of the city, the historical botanical garden of Zugdidi, has been completed. And also, it's worth to mention the negative impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, which has significantly changed the municipal life in Georgia, even in our municipality, including Zugdidi municipality, that the prohibitions imposed by pandemic affected to the traffic directions which clearly showed us the need for the development of bicycle transport for the municipality. We see that this municipality has the potential for the development of a bicycle transport network and bicycle infrastructure. The development of cycling will improve the urban situation. It will especially facilitate the arrangement of space for cyclists and pedestrians, the development of public transport, and we will also significantly contribute to the process of improving of air quality environment. This is directly related to the reduction of automobile emissions. In the process of this transforming Zugdidi into a bicycle-friendly city, we have high hopes for the support of our partners, especially from the United EU members states, in terms of sharing best practices and accessing different opportunities to achieve the set goals. I also want to introduce my personal initiative called Green Budget, which I suggested to City Council and which gives the opportunity to citizens of our municipality to create the local initiative groups and approach us with the ideas of creating mini recreational zones in the municipality. For the provision of this initiative, the municipal budgetary allocations are predetermined in the budget. And the main value of this project, I think, that is inclusive approaches along with the improvement of the ecological situation. Based on the statistic of this past year, it can be said that the green budget was very popular in our municipality and the level of citizens' involvement was quite high. And to conclude my speech, finally, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this such an important meeting, and I can freely say that I believe that the joint cooperation as well as sectoral approach and mutual practice sharing will enable us to create a much healthier environment for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sandro. Very clear, and I think that the Green Budget Project initiative is a very innovative one. So thank you very much for this. And now I'll give the floor to our colleague Vladislav, so you can tell us what are the challenges and opportunities you've seen in the energy sector in Moldova, and also considering the current context that we have now. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Да, спасибо. Спасибо, Ева. Спасибо.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to greet you. My name is Vladislav Lukuchi. I am the head of the Stefan Vode city, which is in the east of Moldova. It's about 90 kilometers far from Odessa. I also represent the Congress of the Association of the Local Administration of the local level. 90% of our municipalities are members of this association. I would like to express my solidarity with Ukrainian nation. Part of this film, which has been very emotional, is very known for us because we are living just close to the borders of Ukraine. We saw all these horrible things. And we also are facing the situation. We have the area where we have the storages of all these fuels, and we are really afraid that if there are any events happening, it could really be blown out. The energetic crisis has strongly affected Moldova. I would like to mention some figures here. You mentioned that the prices grew up for 50% in your countries. Well, our colleagues in Ukraine also said that the prices grew up. But our country is dependent on the energy resources import. It means gas and electricity. So the price of gas has increased 8 times. It's even more than in Ukraine. And according to data of our government, our inflation reaches 35%. In this respect, in the last heating season, about 40% of our inhabitants have not been able to pay their debts which they got into because of the gas supply. Well, sure, we will take some measures in this respect, and we, of course, want to use some new measures which we have implemented. Our government has bought 5.5 million of cubic meters of gas recently, and we have about 157 cubic meters available, which will provide us with the possibility to heat the housings of our inhabitants for about 2 months. So now we are in fact fighting for the time to adopt some other measures. Our government, together with other local administrations, has created some strategy this year in June. Now we are amending it based on the present situation, and this document will, in fact, expand the energy efficiency strategy. And there will be some particular measures described, the measures which will be mandatory for all the state institutions and state-owned facilities. And that will bring us 5% of economy. We are not speaking about the thermic isolations of the house, to change the windows and so on. So we have the whole list of such measures which can be done, of course. We have all this implemented. in the city where I live, we even started to stop the street lighting. So at 11 in the evening, we are switching it off and we are putting it on at 5 in the morning. So this also allows us to reach some savings. In our city, we have already changed all the lighting. We use the LED lighting. This also brings some savings. Of course, all the press in this respect is borne by the local authorities. The great number of our inhabitants are living in the villages, in the small municipalities where people are heating with the wood. And now it's a great problem because people are hopeless and they really don't know how to solve the situation because the forests are in fact diminishing in our country. So now in February we had a little bit different situation. Just in my city, we were accepting 5,000 of refugees. So now we are facing the greater flows of migrants. Well, we are not so ready as we were immediately in February, but we have to consider what to do as the flow of migrants will continue. Of course, we need to pre-purchase the energy resources. We have to implement some investments into the storage facilities on the national level. That requires the big investments. This is difficult for us. What we do on the local level is understood, but as my colleague said, we have all these declarations issued by the Council of Mayors regarding the energy efficiency, and in fact in each municipality there is the tendency to nominate one manager in each state facility who will be responsible for the energy savings in order to reduce the consumption of energies, and then it will be adopted for each facility. There will be the plan of energy savings implemented. Speaking about the housing, our houses, or the houses of our inhabitants, are quite old. There are not associations of the owners of the flats in the houses existing yet, but we are trying to organize this as well. Well, speaking about the energy savings, this requires again the investments, and here we are facing some challenges. It's expensive, but that's first. The second, we have the problems of services and the durability of the resources. Of course, our country is very fermented and very productive. But to build up the energy resources on the agricultural land is a great problem for us. That's all what is important for our country and is considered by us. We will strive to reach the more advantageous purchases using the reverse sale. Our country now, for instance, has purchased some gas from Slovakia. Of course, we will purchase the energy resources and we will store them to be able to supply our inhabitants with them. And I believe that if we all work and cooperate together, and if we share the experience of the best experience from various countries, we will reach success. Great success to Ukraine.
I agree with what you just said. 10 minutes, yeah. Perfect. So thanks very much for these very practical presentations. Since we're nearly over, I wanted to see if there's any question. If you can just be brief, so we can have the coffee break as well. Also because some of our colleagues need to take a train back. Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for very interesting presentations. I'm Hovsep Khurchudian from Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. I would like to ask you if your municipalities, your city councils have any experience on cooperation with civil society in your communities. And if yes, please share some success stories of this experience when you are dealing with such issues like energy sufficiency, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Попробую я.
I'll try to answer this question. Well, as regards the particular examples, if we take one municipality, there were 3,000 of inhabitants. They had some goal to reduce the exhausted gases. They haven't reached it, but what they did, they worked with all the NGOs and other civic society associations. They installed the solar panels. They insulated all the state buildings. They've implemented so-called smart city, so everything is managed there, and they work based on biotechnologies for heating, and that allowed them to reduce the consumption of energy. So this is one practical example. Thank you.
59 seconds.
Сьогодні тут зібралися.
Today we have representatives of the Association of Cities and Municipalities of 3 countries. Very respectable people, mayors
від цих людей
and chairs of United Municipalities. It is up to them to secure welfare of inhabitants. During the conference, I have heard very interesting ideas on the top level from mayors and from other speakers. I'd like that today's conference provides the results. We have 4 panels today. My wish is that we adopt a resolution with certain issues which we have discussed, maybe with solutions, how we can, together with our municipalities and with our states, to solve the issues. And it would be a practical example how we can go the same direction. It's very important to have such a resolution. And the resolution could be distributed to the mayors, and they would provide counter suggestions, and this would be our roadmap under the guidance of the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will let the Czech Republic presidency decide on how they want to move forward, but I think that the 4 blocks that we dealt with this morning, I mean, throughout the day, they are crucial. And these are, if we can follow these 4 blocks and all the actions and suggestions, we can become more resilient. That's obvious, okay? Thank you very much, but I'm sure the information will be circulated one way or another. If there are no emergent questions, I would just like to conclude this session with key words that I've been retaining while you were speaking. And one of them is, first of all, solidarity, but not only towards Ukraine because of the current situation, but among ourselves at all levels of governance and also at citizen level need to become more energy independent. Now we have the excuse of Russian invasion, but by any means we need to become more energy independent. I mean, we have been talking for a while about the climate crisis, so we need to really do something now with sacrifices at personal level mainly, because we are the ones really, you know, who need to pay the bills at the end of the day, but it will be in our benefit. And this is all an opportunity to green better and to grow in a better way and in a more sustainable way with all the challenges and problems that you've presented, but also, as you said, Irina, in an ecological way. So now we have no to do it, you know, there is no other way forward. And also the tools like the centralized cooperation, peer review and exchange of best practices, talking to each other like this is really practical, very easy to do, but very efficient. Sometimes we cannot afford waiting for supranational legislation because that takes too long, and we can really learn much more by just sitting around a table or around the screen. But thank goodness that we are now meeting more personally. And also the resources. We all need financial resources, human resources, also with a legal framework in each of our countries, considering the circumstances and the geopolitical and geographical situation. And the last but not least, personal improvement, I would say, and personal commitment, also in cooperation with the local leaders, as you are, also with international associations and international partners. But this is not just the responsibility of one person or one country or one nation. No, it's a joint effort with joint benefits. So thank you very much, everyone, for your participation, the panelists, the high-level panelists, also the Czech Republic presidency, also the place here in Liberec, and then I wish you a fruitful discussion afterwards on the centralized aspects as well. So thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please take your seats, those who are interested in the panels? It's... You need... Translate... Jo, jo. Pan Malecký, buď láska.
Please.
To je teda za pohodlný, to je dobrý. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to the final panel of the conference, which is always a bit complicated because everyone is tired and it's of course Friday afternoon and you need also some time to enjoy some free time. So without further ado, I'll quickly start with the first panelist, which is Mr. Staffa, who wrote several interesting presentations. I understand that especially Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine are the most advanced in terms of decentralization. I am not an expert on decentralization, but I would like to hear from you how about the Czech model, because maybe it's too decentralized with too many independent municipalities. I understand you have discussed this before, so I'd like to learn as well, but I hope also our foreign guests will learn from the Czech experience. So I'd like everyone to have 7 minutes maximum presentation, because I was told to end sharp, so we have some less than 90 minutes. Alon, the floor is yours, please.
All right. Thank you, Jan. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank you, the Union of Towns and Municipalities of the Czech Republic, for the invitation. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here in this very relevant conference, and also be part of this panel with great speakers, and look forward to these discussions. I have prepared a very brief presentation on a study that we did a couple of years ago. Well, it was 2020 actually, together with Platforma and CMR, and I'll show you the results at the general level, so at the macro level, because we have an excellent panel of speakers here who can speak in even more detail about the respective countries. So I'll try to keep it at the macro level and help a little bit with the discussions. So yeah, for those of you that, okay, so the magic thing is not working. Can you please, the next slide, please. All right. So for those of you that don't know about NALAS, I work with NALAS. It's a regional organization bringing together local government associations in Southeast Europe. So for those of you that are not familiar, thank you very much. Thank you. NALAS is a network of the associations of local authorities in Southeast Europe. We have 15-member local government associations from the Western Balkans and all over Southeast Europe, so including Turkey, not all Turkey, the Marmara region, but yeah, here in the map it's that. So this is a little bit about NALAS, and I would like to share with you the studies that I mentioned. So we prepared together with Platforma and CMR. We started this process to develop status reports in each in Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. Started in 2019, and we finished the work in 2020. And then on the basis of each of the studies, of the country reports, we prepared a consolidated study providing some comparative analysis and so on what I will be speaking with you today. So the aim of these studies was basically to support the local government associations in the region, to support the dialogue on local government reform and so on. In the next slide, I've summarized a little bit the results. So in Georgia and in Moldova, we were able to implement this index, which basically tries to capture the progress of decentralization according to 4 main dimensions. Unfortunately, we were not able to do it in Ukraine, and hopefully we will be able to return there soon and finish also this type of results. So this chart basically summarizes summarizes the key, let's say, aspects of local government reform or the progress of local government reform. And there is a scoring from 1 to 10. And here we have the average for Southeast Europe as a whole, and then the average for Georgia and Moldova, where we were able to implement this. And as we can see, when it comes to local autonomy, so the different dimensions of local autonomy, the score is much higher. So there's been a lot of effort and a lot of success, I would say, in putting together the framework, the legal framework for local governments to be effective and functioning. However, when it comes to the measuring the quality of the local service, we are not there yet, both at Southeast Europe level, but also, so there is much room for improvement here. And then one of the key aspects that we have seen that has impacted this, one of the key aspects is basically challenges in local finance dimension. So fiscal decentralization, basically that remains the key challenge in all three countries that we studied at the time. Significant progress was made in Georgia while we were working on this report, and also in Ukraine before the war, of course. So significant progress was made, but still, when we put it in a comparative perspective, still you see that there's a lot of room for improvement. So the key challenge is underfunding. So unfunded mandates remain a common problem in the region. So there is this mismatch between the service responsibilities of local governments and the resources that they are provided to perform these responsibilities. And this is not an easy discussion. This is not an easy discussion. So there are many elements to consider here, but the bottom line is that there is this mismatch between responsibilities and resources that has to be addressed. And we see that there are then wide disparities across the countries, despite the fact that there are similarities in service provisions. Now, this is not necessarily the case between Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, because local governments in the three countries, they have wide disparities in terms of territorial organization, service responsibilities, and also the local finance framework. But still, on a more generic level, this remains a challenge. So there's huge gaps across the country, within and across the countries, in terms of access to finance for local governments, and there's a huge gap then when compared to the European Union. So, for example, here we have some statistics basically that try to say that in Moldova, for example, there is a difference between 2 to 14%, 2 to 14 times compared, so local government revenues in per capita terms in 2019, so pre-war in Moldova are 2 times lower than the average for Southeast Europe, and also 14 times lower than the European level. Now, of course, the EU level, of course there are differences, but this is a huge gap. It's a huge gap that tells a big story. Now, to help with the policy making in the region, we develop reports that provide data and analysis, because we really believe that the better data can help bring together better policies. And also these type of comparisons put positive pressure on help local government associations to put positive pressure on the government, so to increase local government funding. And because at the end of the day, no one wants to be at the lower end of the scale. So that's it. And this is a snapshot of the NALAS Regional Decentralization Observatory. So we publish a lot of data, and I thought it would be interesting to share because of the audience today. It provides a lot of data and information about local finance, but not only in Southeast Europe. So maybe it can be convenient from time to time to access this type of information. Now, I would like to summarize what we learned through these studies and the advocacy work that we have done together with our partners in Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine as well. So in terms of the achievements, we find out that decentralization legislation has been put in place, so decentralization reforms and legal framework is put in place. Georgia has done excellent progress in this direction, and also in Ukraine, the territorial reform was coupled with political and fiscal decentralization reform, so efforts have been made. In Moldova too. There has been progress, although maybe not at the level that was pushed for by the actors. So On achievements, so we have an improved legal framework, improved fiscal decentralization, and also there's a renewed trust in local government, which I think it's very, very important, not only for the citizens, but also for the government, central governments, or higher levels of government. So the COVID pandemic and then the different crises that we're seeing, they have helped make the case that local governments, you know, they are at the forefront of these crises, and if they are provided with enough support, or if they are involved in early stages, we can, I mean, as a country as a whole, we can be much more effective in the recovery efforts and so on. So this is a big achievement, I would say. In terms of challenges, of course, even before the war in Ukraine, political instability and polarization was common challenge, I would say, across all three countries. Yeah, but this is common challenge also for Southeastern Europe as in general. So political instability and political polarization, they prevent effective dialogue across the levels of governments and within the sectors of local government and so on. They prevent this dialogue for joint reforms or for long-term commitments, so to say, because this is what is needed. So political stability and polarization, security concerns as well. Now, of course, the war and COVID and everything, all these put pressure and divert the attention, let's say, on local government reform. So from this perspective, local governments, you know, during the pandemic, they experienced this so-called scissor effect, so basically falling revenues and increasing expenditure. And now with the war in Ukraine and also the economic and financial crisis that it entails, it's bringing in the region, it means that this scissor effect will continue to be there. And we are also just now, maybe the COVID impact will continue even more. So in the first couple of years, maybe it's not fully visible in terms of data and finance right now, but it's there, and it will be even stronger in the future years. So that's also one of the common challenges, so to say, for the region. Then all these bring to the fact that we end up with incomplete decentralization reform, so incomplete reform. So we advance on some dimensions, but then we're lagging behind on other dimensions, so incomplete reforms. Also then insufficient intergovernmental dialogue and cooperation. So we know there are platforms on which local governments cooperate and the local government associations contribute to the policy making and so on, but still, it's in these type of platforms, it's the national government that's leading the show. They are determining the agenda, and then it's national politics and bigger issues that is determining the next steps of that agenda. Then there's also the issue of capacities and resources, which is true, but this is common for both levels of government. So it's not an issue about local governments not having sufficient resources and capacities. They don't have sufficient resources in terms of financial resources, but when it comes to capacities, this is a common issue. I've seen it in many countries in the region where, you know, there is this claim that local governments don't have sufficient resources, so we cannot transfer them more responsibility and so on. But on the other hand, it's not that we're seeing the huge level of resources at higher levels of government. So when you speak about resources and when you speak about capacities, it's an issue for all levels of government, I would say. So these in terms of key challenges. When it comes to opportunities, so challenges always come with opportunities if you want to build on them, and that's why there is a clock as an icon there. So the COVID crisis has generated some momentum to rethink the multi-level governance frameworks that we have. So in those countries where there was much more decentralization, they had an issue about coordination. In those countries, so the governments in many places try to centralize the operations and so on. When you centralize it, then you have the problem of being flexible and to adapt your proposals and solutions to the local territory. So this has brought again to the table this issue, and the practice is basically that in those countries where local governments and their associations were involved in the early stages of development, they were able, much more prepared and much more able to respond to the local need, because these crises, they have a territorial impact. It's not a uniform impact. It depends on many variables. The impact on some crises at the local level for the local community. So that's it's an opportunity to rethink and build this multi-level governments in a better way, so that where each level of government is able to participate since the early stages, so not only in the final stages. Then again, there is also the issue of the renewed trust. That's a very positive element, I would say, because also from the perspective of central policy making, sometimes giving up responsibilities, it's always an issue. But then when you see that yeah, it can work and it works very well, you know, this helps a little bit to reduce this friction, so to say. Then another important element on the opportunities, I would say, it's the engagement of the local government association. So in all the three countries that we cooperated with, the LGAs, they were very, very active. They were partners. So they have positioned themselves as indispensable actors in this. And this is a very important role and must be further supported, I would say, so that we can really get to this effective multi-level governance system that we want. And then EU integration. The EU integration provides, now we have a new momentum on the EU integration. The candidate status for three of the Eastern Partnership, or two of the Eastern Partnership countries, and a promise for candidate status very soon for Georgia. This brings new momentum, so to say. And it's important. This is very important because at the end of the day, what we see is that about 70% of the EU acquis communautaire, it is implemented at the local level. So all these nice laws and nice standards that we expect to experience as citizens, as future citizens of the European Union, they are implemented at the local level. So it's about schools, it's about hospitals too, and so on. So that's very, very important. And this EU integration provides an excellent opportunity, I would say, you know, together with international solidarity for Ukraine right now, but also, as was mentioned earlier, highlighted by Eva earlier, solidarity among ourselves as countries and so on. So in terms of next steps, a key challenge is to implement the strategies that are adopted. Sometimes strategies, they are very beautiful documents with all these nice activities and so on, but they need to be implemented. And sometimes also complemented, because time passes by. You know, Moldova has the example. They had a very good strategy in place, but then it was not implemented for some time. So it has to be complemented with other action plans and so on. But the key is to implement the strategies that we adopt. Then to build dialogue and to strengthen multi-level governance, so to strengthen partnership and cooperation across levels of government. This is crucial. In particular, the COVID emphasizes this element very, very much. Another important next step, which is kind of related to all of these points that we are making, is the balance between responsibilities and resources. There's always this mismatch, and it's very difficult to tackle this question, why there is so much mismatch between responsibilities and available resources, so financial resources and then material or human resources. But it's a hard question that we have to respond, and the local government associations, they play a very important role in trying to respond to this question, which is very critical. How to make then, turning to the point, how to make local governance a little bit more resilient. From a finance perspective, I would say we need to start thinking about flexible instruments for equalization. Flexible instruments for equalization to mitigate the impact of the crisis at the territorial level, because, as we said, it does not impact every local government and every local community. It's at the same way. And then rebuild fiscal space. That's also an important point. It's even more difficult with increasing public debt, prices, inflation, and so on. But that's something that we have to do, because we are learning that crises, international or local crises, they are becoming much more frequent. So if it was every 20 years, it's every 10 years, every 5 years, every 3 years, even every year with floods and so on. So fiscal space has to be rebuilt. And then access to external financing, that's also very important. So that's usually debt financing and other type of similar instruments to help local governments access finance, but also the EU support. That's also very, very important. And much more has to be done, I would say, to coordinate this assistance that the EU is providing to each of the countries in the Eastern Partnership. Has to be much more coordinated with the local level. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, did you say 70% of the acquis?
Yes.
70, okay. So I think this is highly relevant for Ukraine and Moldova and the future Georgia, and this is something my minister mentioned, that the municipalities and self-government will be responsible for both the acquis and also some projects financed by the EU. So with this, I'd like to turn to the Ukrainian perspective to Mr. Malecký. You have the floor, 7 minutes, please. Будь ласка.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники. Дякую.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you for the invitation to speak in front of you. Decentralization in Ukraine is somewhat different from the processes within the European Union. We started in a good way. We achieved good results. New communities amalgamated 5 or 7 villages, and we had resources, but the war stopped the process, and we are forced to have a new look at what we want to have in the future. I'd like to speak about my city. We are situated 190 kilometers from the front line. It looks quiet, but still on the 2nd of April, we were shelled. On the Easter, we were shelled again. It was an industrial complex. It was the only oil processing plant which worked in Ukraine, and also heating infrastructure. They managed to destroy the heating and power plant, and 190,000 people do not know whether they have heating tomorrow, and we are trying to establish a new system now and to reuse old
того, щоб створити і дати можливість дати тепло на будинок.
Old system with fuel oil. It is not very ecological. Up to now, we have not managed to do it. As for the further development of what we have spoken about emissions and fires. Ms. Maronak, I agree with you. When tens of tons of oil is burnt within one day, it is a big blow for the environment, and it was the case in my place. Nothing is at the place where we used to have reservoirs. We used to have 6,000 employees at this plant. The employees paid taxes, and my city was a city of oil processing, and we produced revenues for our Ukrainian budget. Heat generation was destroyed, and thousands of people are in an unclear situation. We had
цього зробити раніше було неможливо.
Without decentralization, we would not have coped with this situation. We decided that we employed the people who used to work in the power and heating plant. We asked the old companies to provide the successive heating to us, and we asked to install pipelines and pumps. As for the decentralization at large in Ukraine, financial independence is present. 64% are left in our place. 4% we have to deliver to the state budget. It is a minus for the city.
Говорити про те, що
And to speak that the communities are self-sufficient, yes, it is like that. They have resources to take care of their hospitals, of roads, of schools, in spite of the war. And it shows to the population the advantage of the amalgamation. Before this process started, some people were against, especially mayors of villages who lost control of state finances. United communities are very dynamic now. Yesterday, the state budget was discussed. This financial stabilization is not stable. I am sorry for this tautologism. We have to finance the secondary education. The Ukrainian state said we cannot allocate money for secondary education. We'll come to it back. It could make sense from the point of view that many children are abroad now, but this instability is a hindrance in planning the budget, and it is insecurity as for the future, because tomorrow the Ukrainian state could say it is not 64% anymore, but less. As for the changes which were anticipated, if it were not the war, we would have had more changes within the authorities. Centralization and decentralization are two processes which cannot coexist. There are initiatives so that more power is in the center. During the wartime, it could be sensible, but during the peacetime, communities need more power. Here in this conference, many people said if it were not for decentralization, the Russian occupiers would have incursed much deeper into Ukraine, because around mayors, people were united. They came and asked, what can we do? We have fuel, we can install barricades, and especially during the first days of the war, the communities were much more powerful than it looked like. It was better than if the communities had taken care only about the hospitals and education. Self-governance took care also about the armed forces, and this decentralization made it possible. During the first war days, we established a stabilization fund in our TTID. We agreed that we will not serve the credits for electrical transport and one more sector. We agreed upon it in an oral way. People were in various places, and we met in Baiba. And some people said, we cannot vote like that, it is a criminal, but still we did it, and we established a stabilization fund, and we are collecting a tax for the armed forces, for the territorial defense, for hospitals, for refugees, for shelters, for food, and other issues which are necessary for the town. Even our medicine can be financed. The backlogs in the medicine can be financed out of this fund, but the Ukrainian state and the public prosecutor office came to us and said it was not allowed, and they are demanding reports from us. But back in those days. It was the only possible solution.
була найдовша.
It is a paradox. Our session
В числах почалася фактично вересня, тобто в нас
City Council started in March and
голосувала 2-3 години і
ended only in September.
Результатів децентралізації немає.
If it were not for decentralization, the parliamentarians would have denied their vote. They would insist that they have to come back from abroad and only after that take part in voting. It is really a big problem in other places in Ukraine.
Комусь корисне. Якщо говорити про
It is a recommendation from my part. As for the state control,
обмежити
recently there was
місцевого самоврядування.
a try to restrict self-government. The state wanted to regulate the surcharges for deputies. They thought it is too much what they receive as a fee.
Ми фактично змушуємо
А
це якщо
if people earn 8,000 hryvnia, it is 200 euros. A young person or a good specialist would not agree to work for 200 euros, and it would be the first step in the direction of corruption. We are representing here the Association of Ukrainian Towns, and we are convinced that it was the right step, and it is a possibility to attract professionals.
Тому тут досить, скажімо,
So this is a best practice for motives, for positive motives for self-governments. It is a sort of institutional memory. Valentin is present here. He knows his community, and if the people trust him, he acts responsible. But if he would face the choice either to work for the community or to provide subsistence for his family, maybe his choice would be different. Nowadays we have military administrations. They are rather powerful. It's correct. They formulate tasks and they are sensible, but sometimes they are over-exaggerated. Sometimes they try to address issues which does nothing to do with the armed forces or with the social issues. Instead, they dictate whether we need a New Year's tree. It is not their problem. If somebody thinks that instead of a power generator we need a skiing place, then it is still not up to the military administration to interfere. You see now the results of the shelling of the trade center in the middle of our town. In the afternoon, the trading center, Armstrong, was hit by a rocket. Approximately 500 people were inside. 22 persons were killed. Approximately 100 were injured. If we would allow present schooling, schools would be new targets because we need
російські пабліки, там пишуть, в вашій школі там
food for schools and for territorial defense, and often we can read that those centers are a target for shelling. The administration insists that it's necessary that children visit schools, and they insist that we have to establish bomb shelters for the children. But against such rockets that were shelled at our trade center, there's no possible shelter. And with such rockets, half of the town could have been destroyed. We decided in a right way. The opinion of the military administration could be different. Big honor to our President Zelensky. He is on the side of decentralization. Everybody has seen that the communities, decentralized communities, are able to support themselves and to defend themselves against the occupation. The mayor of Kakhovka, Vitaly, is present here. He is working here today, but he wants to go back. And it is the desire of the professionals working for the decentralized communities needs to be supported. After the war, we'll speak again about the enlargement of the empowerment of the self-governing bodies, because they are the bodies who will secure the victory. As for the collaboration and as for the association of mayors of Ukrainian cities, the format has changed. Just a few examples. We are able to speak with the neighboring community about delivering of frozen chicken meat. Such simple questions without a decision of the city council. No mayor had taken such a decision in the past. And nowadays we have horizontal networking with memorandums and agreements. We delivered food to Kiev, to Kharkov. We just received phone calls and we were asked whether we can do it. Yes, we could do it. And this municipal collaboration is everywhere, with equipment, with food, with resources. After the war, we'll have a cluster of communities who felt the efficiency of the municipal collaboration, though it has also disadvantages. I have a conflict with a neighboring community. What sort of conflict? The services of our municipality are delivered to disabled children. We have a rehabilitation center which is financed by the community. We have a shelter, and the communities do not want to take on the responsibility for abandoned children. And under the agreement, we are taking over such children, and later will receive a compensation. We have 1,000 children from surrounding villages. We need $1,000 per year for every child. It is the teachers and the school building and so on, that means approximately $1 million is spent by the city council for such children. We contacted all the communities. We said your children are educated by us, and we asked for the transfer of finances, but we have not received a single positive answer. Nobody wants to pay for that. Of course, we know that parents are working in our town. Maybe 50% of such parents are working in our town, and they are paying taxes, but still in the future we'll have to regulate this issue, especially if we have less revenue. And it has to be regulated within decentralization in the area of education or transportation, because a town has better possibilities to buy vehicles. In Ukraine, many people have holiday houses, and the holiday houses are situated outside of the city. We are financing the means of transportation, but other people say we want to have free of charge transportation possibilities, but we cannot finance everything, and it could be another area of cooperation. As for what we want and what we need your support in the organization of in the area of the heating season, autumn and winter. We need wood, we need fuel, we need energy. Ukraine is on the verge of an energetic crisis. Every day substations are destroyed. Even if the European Union agrees to deliver energy to Ukraine, still there is no infrastructure. We need generators which can work with gas and which would produce energy for sewage, for water supply, for heating plants. And we need alternative heating sources, maybe electrical or solid fuel machines which we could connect to our networks. We need emergency units. If the infrastructure is not functioning anymore, then an emergency team would come and connect the generator, and heating is secured via the generation in order to prevent that the fluid does not freeze. Maybe somebody from the European Commission is listening to us, who is responsible for the support packages for Ukraine. We need this for our utilities, for our authorities, who is responsible for emergency services. If this support package is agreed upon in a correct way, then there's a possibility to solve such a problem very quickly. This was our wishes in short.
Before I give the floor to David to share the Georgian experience, I understand some of the translators and interpreters are leaving now around 4, so I'd like to thank those who will be leaving now. And now the floor to David, please.
Thank you, Jan. Ladies and gentlemen, it lets me, first of all, to express my gratitude to to the Czech Association of Municipalities, to the city of Liberec for their hospitality and well-organized conference. It was fascinating 2 days for me, and we enjoyed a lot indeed. Well, not easy to start a conversation about decentralization after the presentation a colleague of mine made about Ukraine and about calamities cities of Ukraine face today. But even though we should continue conversation about statehood, about building of democracy and building of new citizenship. The example of Georgia is quite long story, but I will try to be as brief as possible, knowing that I have 7 minutes and it's end of the long day. So we started the decentralization reform from 90s of last century, just after the gaining of independence. And all of us, we know that decentralization in any country is composed of 3 dimensions: a political decentralization, sectorial decentralization, and a financial decentralization. In the ideal situation, all those 3 should go in parallel, but not that easy at all. In some countries, one dimension goes smoothly, second dimension not that smoothly, last dimension maybe just jumped somewhere in between. So that was the case in Georgia. So we started for a political decentralization, which ended in 2014 when Georgia introduced the institute of directly elected mayor. And as of today, the legal framework of local self-government is quite solid and strong in Georgia. The right of self-governance is enshrined in the Constitution of Georgia. There is a specific organic law which regulates municipal affairs, and there are a number of sectorial legislation which are in full coherence with the European Charter on Local Self-Governance. So about the political decentralization, we may say that Georgia is good example of it, and it has always been so. So next orienteer for our decentralization reform was sectorial decentralization, which is a very difficult orienteer, I would say, because sectorial decentralization means that municipalities should be assigned competencies in the sectors of economy, starting from education, ending with the social sector and environment, as well as local economy. So first attempt was decentralization of education. So municipalities are responsible for primary education, for preschool education, and in 2017, municipalities received the competencies in secondary education. That's mostly a covering of maintenance and the capital cost of educational infrastructure. And that decision later on was followed by decentralization in social sector. As any developing country, Georgia has quite a massive social sector, which includes social guarantees, social payments, and social services. So starting from 2018, the government of Georgia established a new policy priority, which was to shift reform toward provision of social services, and role of municipalities in provision of social services is quite important and a decisive role, I would say. So for the time being, Georgian municipalities are quite active in areas of education, social protection, and social services. We are talking about decentralization of healthcare system and primary healthcare, which was quite strong during Soviet times, but disappeared during the transformation period. But now, step by step, country is going to reestablish that system. And starting from 2019, when we adopted a new strategy for decentralization, now we are talking about decentralizing sectors of economy. It mostly appears to agriculture, as well as it appears to the management of state property. We come from Soviet Union, and when there was only one kind of property that was a state property owned by central government. And leaving this legacy aside, we started a transfer of state property to municipalities, which took a quite a long period of time, but still we succeeded that quite substantial part of infrastructure, basic infrastructure in municipalities now belong to Georgian cities and communities. Indeed, so we are in process of building democratic local governance. That means we should continue the reforms. And now, new decentralization strategy, which was adopted in 2019, has 3 key priority areas. That means more power to municipalities, allocation more state function to Georgian cities and communities, more finances to municipalities. That means implementation and the diversification of fiscal decentralization, which has been a problem for Georgia for a long period of time. And the third priority is active citizenship and citizen participation, which is an integral part of any self-government process in any country. So for the time being, actually, our priority is to proceed with fiscal decentralization. First steps have been made in 2019 when we established a shared tax, and this is a value-added tax which is shared between municipalities and central government. 90% of value-added tax go to the municipal budgets. That is quite substantial source of local revenues. And now we are talking about personal income tax and the establishment of financial equalization system for Georgian municipalities, which is quite important because of diverse economic development and territorial disparities in Georgia. So to cut it short, if we summarize, the process which has been proceeded by Georgia in decentralization reform is quite impressive. What we observe in Georgia is it is a full coherence with the European Charter on Local Self-Government, and now we are on our way to make municipalities even stronger. What we need to accelerate, that is the decentralization reform, and Elton presented the result, and Georgia indeed is not the best example of it, but we need a bit more time because it's connected with economy, connected with the public finance system. And we are quite definite and quite confident to do so. And now I would like to have a reference on the presentation colleague of mine made from Ukraine. Yes, we are looking at these photos which have been demonstrated for 2 years, and it's shocking. But I understand your feelings. I experienced these feelings 3 times in my life. In 1991, 1993, in 1998, in 1999, and in 2008. And I know how it is. But we know that there is no way back. It's an existential fight. And Ukraine deserves any kind of help, starting from armament, ending with financial resources and energies. But to be victorious, we should understand our enemy. We are fighting not against Russia as a country or as a society. We are fighting against dictatorship. And against dictatorship, there is this 3 most efficient weapons: citizenship, social capital, and participation. And municipalities are best workshop for making those weapons. So strengthening local government in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Moldova, that means strengthening democracy, strengthening our countries, and strengthening our security. And therefore, I would like to thank you again to organizers of this conference. Thank you to the Czech Republic and Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the support which has been provided to Georgia, to Eastern Area Partnership, and looking forward for future cooperation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. And indeed, we do support European perspective for Georgia. So we hope there will be progress soon. Of course, this will be complicated with the reforms, but the same goes for Ukraine and Moldova. It's interesting that the issues you've been mentioning together with colleagues are basically the same that still even Czechia is discussing, as to financing, as to the salaries of people in the local administration. So I'll be happy to hear also from the Moldovan perspective from Jon. Please, you have the floor.
Dear friends, in fact, Mr. Staffan has showed us how the situation looks like in the countries of the Eastern Partnership. Colleagues describe what's happening in other countries, and really one of the risks which we have been facing is the instability. Well, at least in respect of the state powers, we feel a certain stability, and I hope we will develop further in our decentralization strive. As regards the financing of the local authorities, I believe that in our country we are facing the situation that the finances usually do not get to the lower levels, which is a great problem. And decentralization is considered by us one of the key priorities of Moldova. But as soon as we come to the implementation, people are just forgetting about it. And this situation has been even strengthened by pandemic and other things. And under this situation, the government paid greater attention to the crisis management rather than to the development of democracy in our country and decentralization. In this respect, we need to focus our government to orient on and focus on decentralization as one of the preconditions of democratization. So in Moldova, we always considered the reforms as the wider scope than just the sectoral one. You know, we always were speaking that the powers have to be shifted from the government to people. It means to parliament, to mass media, as well as to the regional and local elected bodies. You should not forget that the local democracy and local autonomy is the cornerstone of a national democracy, and in fact, based on it, the trust of public to the democratic principles is being built up. So that has been proven by the Charter of the Public Administration as adopted by EU countries and other countries as well. In Moldova, we see a little bit opposite direction. There is a strive for centralization in Moldova. So now we are striving with such efforts. Under these conditions, we are not.
Under these circumstances, We do not even mention fiscal decentralization, instead of which we have a situation where local governments have to literally fight for survival. Covering the cost of electricity and gas, the normal functioning of kindergartens, as well as all the public institutions is under threat. Due to the huge inflation, the resources planned in the local budgets for the entire year are practically exhausted. There is a risk that many local authorities will not be able to start the heating season in kindergartens. Many preschool, out of school, and other educational institutions will be closed. Unfortunately, lately we have seen an ineffective and inadequate dialogue between local and central authorities. Local authorities are not involved in the consultations and development of many key policies and documents which directly affect them, such as, for example, fiscal policy for 2023, plans of the central authorities for compensation and scaling of local budget revenues. Local authorities were not invited even to participate in the development on the content of public administration reform, and there are many such examples. In addition, we were again facing pressures and intimidations of mayors, which we have already forgotten in our country. The most disturbing incident happened most recently when masked, camouflaged, armed with automatic weapons police force came to the office of the mayor of Helsinki and then to his house. As a result, his mother was taken to the hospital. I hate to end on this negative note, but there is hardly good news yet, although the hope and openness of local authorities and calm, as always, remain with us. I'm very grateful to you to invite us here. It gives us the big chance that we are not forgotten yet. Many thanks to the government of the Czech Republic, and we hope that those mayors who are here will come back to their homes and they will try hard to give and forward this information to all citizens. Many thanks for you.
Now maybe Czech colleagues will give us more optimism or will somehow wrap up and comment on what you have heard from the previous speakers. Mr. Zámečník, would you like to start or will you speak together, colleagues?
Tak dobrý den, dobré pozdní odpoledne, pátek.
Good afternoon. We still have about 15 minutes to close this panel discussion, so I'm not going to use all 7 minutes because what has been shown and spoken about, well, we saw how life in Ukraine is difficult. So I would be talking about this as a person who lives in peaceful conditions. So I would like to say that I keep my fingers crossed for all representatives of local and regional governments in countries of Eastern Partnership. I hope that the situation will turn to better. And let me, however, say just a few words about decentralization. 3 key pillars. Let me describe the situation. Well, our country lives in peace, so we can't compare the situation in our country and Ukraine. Well, we also had our communist past, and decentralization, which took place for the first time, was the decentralization of political administration. And the last step took place in 20 years ago when regions were set up. Mr. Puta is the regional governor of Liberec region. And these regions were set up 20 years ago. Cities and municipalities used to be independent of the state too. But 32 years ago, They got autonomous, they became autonomous, elections took place, and that was the way for political decentralization. I don't see any other possibilities, although some political scientists would find some challenges and issues. Decentralization, of course, concerned also the assets, for example, water assets and the distribution networks. 30 years ago, these assets were transferred to cities and municipalities. Some of the cities made a mistake and they let these assets to be privatized. So some heating systems, well, we have been talking about heating systems now quite a lot. So in the Czech Republic, some of these systems are privatized. Unlike Germany, in Saxonia, we see that there the key important strategic infrastructure is still held by municipalities. Similarly, the waste management systems. Some municipalities need to accept conditions of private businesses, while in Germany we see setting up of associations of companies that are involved in waste management. And in my opinion, this is a solution which is much better. I would like to recommend you to really think about decentralization and not to get rid of critical infrastructure, because then it costs a lot of money, the cities. Let me say a few words, the third aspect, and that was the financial sector. In the Czech Republic, after 33 years, decentralization, which I would like to see, hasn't occurred, because the city of Liberec, there is 102,000 inhabitants, and more than 90% of our income depends on the central budget. So whatever we do, we always get the same money, even if we built Microsoft company that would be manufacturing products for the value of hundreds of millions of crowns. This would not be reflected in our budget, while big cities like Brno, 300 kilometers from here, with 400,000 inhabitants, they would be getting much more into their budget. I know that it is absurd, but I can explain it privately. So the fiscal system, which is not decentralized, causes the dependence of the cities and municipalities on the central budget. I can speak for Germany because I used to be the head of the Association of Cities and Municipalities which functioned across borders. That was German, Polish, and Czech. So I had a great insight. So the way it is organized, the mayor welcomes a company that comes on the territory of that municipality, because the tax is not only the tax the company needs to pay as jak se říká,
získat někoho, kdo produkuje nějakou hodnotu a odvádí daně. Já bych možná tady skončil, protože víceméně dál hovořit tady o našich mírových podmínkách v tom, co se děje samozřejmě u vás a chvála Bohu tady v Gruzii, tam to sice měli 3krát za sebou, my jsme tady sovětská vojska taky měli před 54 lety, sice padlo pár výstřelů, v Liberci zrovna bylo 9 mrtvých, ale samozřejmě nikdo nám infrastrukturu před těmi 54 lety, mě byly 2 roky tehdy, tady jsem rodák z Liberce, tak nikdo nám infrastrukturu nezničil, takže i přesto, že tady sovětská vojska byly, tak je to i tak nesrovnatelné. Takže přeju hodně štěstí a doufejme, že se brzy budeme bavit vždycky jenom o té lepší budoucnosti. Takže děkuji za pozornost.
Já jsem byla vypnutá. Asi to nikomu nechybělo. Thank you for inviting me. I would follow up what Mr. Zámečník has said. My name is Antonín Lízner, and I was the mayor of a small village with 1,400 inhabitants, and for the last 10 years I have managed projects financed from the European Union funds, which were focusing on communities, municipalities cooperation. They were quite high-level projects, one of them nationwide, and one implemented on the 20% of our territory, but both of them accounted for 4 million euros, so they were really quite important. What have these projects shown? They have confirmed, or the key idea that municipalities are the cornerstone of each country, and the more freedom they have in decision making, the more not only the municipality but the region around is successful. We have heard about matters related to waste management, social services, etc. And these were also the areas covered by our projects. And we were testing a simple principle there. If the municipalities cooperate will they be more successful in their particular localities? Will their situation be easier than if having to obtain the services from the state? The finding was that yes, it was the case, and it was already described quite well in the opening presentation that a decentralized approach, even though the central governments want to centralize, it is the desire of the top-level politicians, because the more money they have, the higher reward they can give to those who are loyal to them, and the more influence they have. But this should not be the principle of the game. The principle should be that where a value is created, where the money is used, where the population carries the burden, the very same place should benefit something from these disadvantages. So, because we had centralized system during the communist time, so what should be the key is the merit system, and therefore, municipalities should be strong. They should have strong representatives, strong associations, to be able to present, to push their arguments via the politicians, to be as free and as financially independent as possible, because the finances is the starting point. The government gets all the money, then they reallocate the money, irrespective of whether there is a pandemic, whether there is a war, whatever situation there is. They want the municipalities to help, but they do not provide the money to the municipalities. The state should address things which the communities, the municipalities cannot do, like foreign policy, security, key infrastructure, etc. But the rest should be done at the municipal level. Because this is the positive thing. People should be deciding about themselves. Culture should be maintained in each village, in each municipality. We have a different culture in Moravia than in southern or northern Bohemia, and the diversity is beautiful. We need to maintain diversity, and I'm really happy that we are so geographically fragmented in a way. It is similar to Austria or France. We have differences in our country. We have very small municipalities having 20 people up to 2 million people. So it's really beautiful. There are 20 people living in one place who can decide about themselves. This is a wealth, a fortune that we have and that we must maintain. We must prevent the centralization pressures which still do exist 30 years after the communist time. Of course, for the state it is difficult to negotiate with so many municipalities. It is much easier to negotiate with just a few partners. But that's not what we want. Let's keep fingers crossed to be able to maintain the municipalities. You all have experience with those who are in power, with those who previously were the owners of the localities, who were trying to destroy the civil society. I wish good luck to all of you. I wish you good health. I wish you that you are happy and that you win, because if you win, we all will be winners. Thank you. Thank you very much for your optimistic words.
I'm looking at Monica, but if I see one or two questions, we can take them. And since I don't see questions, I take the privilege of wrapping up now. And basically, I don't have much to say. I have to thank you all for coming, especially our Ukrainian friends and colleagues. I need to thank Pavel ještě. Budete mít. Jo, and I will thank the Union of Towns and Cities, Liberecký kraj, Korlíp, DG NEAR, and the Committee of the Regions. I'd like to thank Monica, who's been behind this for us. She was the main contact person, so I think you must be happy that now you've finished everything. And I'd like to thank the panelists, and I'd like to thank the interpreters for their great job. And now I'll give the floor to Pavel Branda, and he'll be the final speaker. So from my side, thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just a few final words on behalf of the partners that organized this event. Thank you very much for coming. I hope it has been a good experience seeing Prague, but also one of the most beautiful regions of the Czech Republic, the Liberec region, and our municipalities around. And especially I would like to thank the delegations from the Eastern Partnership countries. Ďakuju takož ukrajinským kolegám za to, že vy приїхали v цю складну ситуацію, що ви віддали час, енергію бути з нами. Ми сподіваємося, що будемо продовжувати співпрацю і щасливої дороги додому. Дякую.
maybe photo, all photo together, all together photo. Okay.